Explore Calgary's best rentals. Book your showing today at renttruman.com. Live better. Rent Truman.
Are you ready for the most exciting day of the week?
It's Stampeders Game Day on QR Calgary 770.
Our CFL Hall of Famer Mark Steven is back with all the action, while Greg Peterson provides instant analysis. Jock Wilson and Dave McIver round out the team, providing in-depth coverage of the game.
QR Calgary is also proud to welcome back our title sponsor, your Alberta Ford dealers.
Our 90-minute pregame starts right now on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Calgary, it is Brett Michaels. I cannot wait to see you Thursday, July 3rd. We are about to make CFL history in the city of red. We're going to bring it to the stadium, mash up our CFL football, our rock and roll, bring in all the poison hits, all killer, no filler. I will see you there Thursday, July 3rd. Be ready to rock. I can't wait. And look, I got the custom hat to
Yes, some CFL history tonight for the Calgary Stampeders. The first ever Stampede Bowl. Brett Michaels from Poison. He'll be rocking your socks off at halftime tonight. The greatest outdoor show on earth teams up with the CFL. And as Stampeder quarterback Vernon Adams says, it does have that big game feel.
For me, it's different, because being in BC the last 2 years, Amar Damon done a great job with, the concerts, the 50 Cents and those guys coming out, LL Cool J. So it's kind of like, okay, I've been here before, but, we see the signs and everything everywhere. We know how big this game is for the city and everything. So, everyone's pumped up for it.
Yeah, I'm pumped up for it as well. I hope you are as well. Hello again, everybody, and welcome to Stampeder Football for the Alberta Ford Dealers. I'm Jock Wilson. Alongside of Dave McIver, we are live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth. Mark Steven and Greg Peterson, the longest-serving play-by-play team in the Canadian Football League. They're going to have exclusive play-by-play action of the Stamps and the Bombers, the first-ever Stampede Bowl, coming your way just after 7 o'clock tonight. Dave McIver stealing a line from the Calgary Roughnecks. Come for the party, because that's what it is tonight. Stay for the game.
Nothing but a good time here tonight, maybe. Hey, Jock, for the Calgary Stampeders. There, I'll see a little poison line for you, my friend. Looking forward to this one. I think everybody had this game circled on their calendars as soon as it was announced last year that this was going to be kind of the hookup that we've been waiting for between the Calgary Stampeders and the Calgary Stampede. It's a big event. There's a lot going on around here. You talked about it with Sarah Crosby on Connect earlier. The tailgaters are already out. The sun does seem to be finally coming around the corner here. The rain, as I told you would happen, Jock, the rain's passing its way towards downtown, and we're going to have a nice night down here at McMahon Stadium.
Well, let's hope so, because the last time we were here, it was freaking awful. There's no other way to put it. It was not fun for the fans. It certainly wasn't fun for the players. It resulted in a very, very boring game. A game that the Calgary Stampeders lost to the Ottawa Red Blacks. And what we learned in that game is without Markel Lee in the middle, the Calgary Stampeders had a really, really difficult time stopping the run. And tonight, Brady Oliveira is back for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And if they can't stop the run tonight, Dave McIver, could be a really, really long evening for the Calgary Stampeders.
Yeah, welcome to the Stampeders, veteran Kyle Wilson, who's going to make his start for the Stamps at middle linebacker tonight. Here's a nice little test for you in the new jersey that you'll be wearing, that red and white jersey. So, yeah, if they don't stop the run, I don't see them winning this game tonight. It's just, this is such a formidable offense in Winnipeg, and if they can start gashing you on the ground, you start having to add another man to the box. That opens up the weapons they have downfield, which we know Zach Collaros is very familiar with and can hit pretty regularly.
Well, we were talking about that too, and we know it's a young secondary for the Calgary Stampeders. Damon Webb obviously is the veteran in the middle, but you got a couple of rookie halfbacks back there. You've got some inexperience on the corners, and they're going to get tested tonight. We're going to really find out how good this secondary is, because you're right. If Brady Oliveira is not running the ball, Zach Collaros has the weapons, whether it's Wheatfall, whether it's Dembski, whether it's Schoen, you go down the list. So I'm really curious, and I know we're going to get to our marquee matchup a little bit later on with Greg Peterson, but I'm very, very curious to see how the secondary performs tonight.
Yeah, they haven't really been tested since week one, have they? Because, they had Bo Levi Mitchell in week one, and yeah, he threw for quite a few yards, but that was kind of in in the time where the Stamps, I don't want to call it dead time, but it was kind of in garbage time, right, where they were trying to come back and the Stamps were sitting back a little bit. Then you had Nick Arbuckle and the Toronto Argonauts, and then you had the rain game with Dustin Crum, and then you had the bye. So now you're really getting the MOP, basically. You're getting the guy who's been able to lead this team to strive 5 straight Grey Cups. Can they do it? We'll go wait and see. It'll be a fun matchup to watch.
Yeah, and at the other side of the coin, you've got Vernon Adams, and Vernon Adams, was very exciting in the first couple of starts. Didn't have a lot of mojo happening in that third game against the Ottawa Red Blacks, but here's Vernon Adams tonight. Just 7 yards shy of 17,000 in his career. He's becoming he's going to become, I'm convinced tonight, the 47th player in CFL history to reach that milestone, which is a hell of a milestone, really, when it's all said and done. But Stampeder fans are still waiting for Vernon Adams to throw his first touchdown pass of the season, and that is a little bit surprising as we are now into game number 4.
It really is, because you've looked at some of the big plays that this team's come up with this year. It's kind of the one surprising stat that sticks out with you with Vernon Adams, because he's been able to hit guys downfield. They just haven't been able to get into the end zone, and he's been able to make those great runs. He's been that electric guy that they've needed for the most part this season that they didn't have last year. So kind of an interesting stat that he hasn't gotten one. If the Stamps plan on winning tonight, I think he's going to need a couple.
When the Stampeders are on the road this season, Dave and I are on the road at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino, and you look at the upcoming schedule for the Calgary Stampeders. It's the gauntlet, as head coach and general manager Dave Dickinson described. We're going to talk about that in a second as the pregame show continues. We're also going to take a look at the other side. We talked to Dalton Schoen. Dalton Schoen is healthy. 4th-year receiver in the Canadian Football League out of Kansas State. He'll be our guest as the pregame show continues for the Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyric or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyric Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? That wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
I think anyone can beat anyone in this league. I really do. I think any team that shows up ready to play, has enough talent, has enough skill. What we want to do is make sure we play our best football at home. We want to take care of our house. Regardless of the opponent, focus on ourselves, play physical, and play winning football.
Agree with Stampeder head coach and general manager Dave Dickinson, because I do believe anybody in this league, it's a 9-team league, can beat anybody if you play your best football. You cannot shoot yourself in the foot like the Stampeders did against the Ottawa Red Blacks by turning the ball over 5 times, of course getting stopped in some short yardage situations. So if you play your game, you can beat the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, even though the Winnipeg Blue Bombers right now are arguably the class of the West. But what concerns me, Dave McIver, I look at the next 4 games for this football club. And Dave Dickinson on Sports Talk with Jock called it the gauntlet, because your next 4 games, you have the Stampede Bowl tonight against the 3-0 Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Then you go into Saskatchewan next Friday night. The Riders have the bye week this week, so they'll be a well-rested team coming off the bye. Then the Stampeders have to go into Winnipeg the week after. The next Friday night, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers will be coming off the bye. And then the Stampeders come home on July the 24th to play arguably the best team in the East, the Montreal Alouettes. Those are 4 very intense games for this football club. This football club is 2-1 right now. But let's not forget, this football club was 2-1 after the first 3 games last year, and we remember what happened last year. It wasn't pretty for the Calgary Stampeder Football Club. what should your realistic expectations be in these next 4 games?
Well, I'm going to cheat a little bit, and I'm going to throw that Ottawa game in there. I'm going to throw the next 5 games in, because if you can go 2-3 in those next 5 games, obviously the Calgary Stampeders would love to go 5-0, or even 4-1 or 3-2. But if you can go 2-3 in those next 5 games, you're 500 coming out of that. You're 500 coming out of that. Then you get Winnipeg at home again, and then I believe it's 2 games against the Edmonton Elks, Labor Day game and Labor Day rematch. So we've talked, I think, at the beginning of this season in our tee-ups into this season, Jock, that if this team can be 500, they're probably going to be a playoff team. So if you can get to 2-3 over the next 5 games, because that is a gauntlet of a schedule, and you're sitting at 500 and moving forward against an Edmonton Elks team that is struggling right now. Obviously, things could change over the next 6-7 weeks. You give yourself an opportunity to finish that 500 mark and be in the playoffs and be in the dance and give yourself a shot.
Right. I would agree. I think 2-2 is probably realistic in these next 4 games. You know, if you could go 3-1, that's a huge win for this football club. But there is the other side of the coin where you can struggle and maybe only win 1 or get swept in this 4-game series. And then there will be, again, a lot of question marks with this football club. Again, we talked about it at the start of the season. This is not a reset for this football club. This is a rebuild. So we're going to see how this rebuild works in these next 4 games. It is a tough one tonight, the Stampede Bowl against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Time for the other side here on the pregame show for the Alberta Ford dealers. Why don't we have a chat with Dalton Schoen, the outstanding receiver for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, as he sits down with our Mark Steven.
Well, Dalton, first, you had health challenges last year. It looks, at least for a distance, like you're all back and in great shape.
Yeah, no, it's a blessing to be back out there on the field with the guys. It's really hard in this sport when you miss an extended period of time like I did last year. You know, you're kind of relegated to a role of watching and trying to help the young guys and do whatever you can, and really got to focus on yourself and your own rehab and stuff like that. And so that was definitely a tough period of time, so it's a blessing to be back out there.
Talk about the Blue Bombers, great reputation, 5 straight Grey Cups. There's always people saying, is this the year it slips? You know what I'm saying? Fair or not, that is the comment that's always out there. And how do you react when people say that?
Yeah, I think, I've been doing this long enough here and in college and everywhere I've ever been that you kind of learn to not listen too much to the outside noise. You know, people are going to say what they're going to say. I'm fortunate to be around this organization. I've learned so much from the older guys within this organization about, how to just go about your business, how to focus on the moment. We don't really think about those things you just mentioned about like all the trips to the Grey Cup and stuff like that. We're just really focused on 1 week at a time. And I think when you do that consistently enough, the rest of the stuff kind of just falls into place and takes care of itself.
You're back, but also a couple of new receivers, or these guys that are with the Blue Bombers that have been elevated in their roles. We call Brdcst. Just how does that, all come together? It looks pretty good so far.
Yeah, I think it's been working well so far. I think we had a pretty good training camp as an offense and as a receiving group to kind of come together, and also have a new offensive coordinator. So there was a lot for us to all kind of learn together as a group. But I think that was kind of a fun experience. They're working out the kinks together, having those conversations. I think we're doing a good job of communicating and trying to be on the same page out there. And so, yeah, like you said, a couple of familiar faces, a couple of new faces, but I think we got a lot of guys in the room who can really play ball, really like playing ball, and then also just like being around each other. And I think it's paying dividends.
You're going to see a lot of Calgary in the next few weeks here, twice here and once in Winnipeg.
Yeah, it's always interesting to me as a player when the schedule falls that way, because I think I'm assuming fans probably don't like it. It's kind of weird sometimes when you're playing the same team. Now, as a player, sometimes I like it because it makes the prep a little bit easier, especially for us, having this one. And then, like you said, the next couple weeks, you just become very accustomed to the guys you're playing against, the defenses they want to run. And I'm sure they'll be adding in wrinkles, as will we. But it is always interesting to me when the schedule falls this way.
Thanks for stopping by, and we'll see a lot of you very soon.
All right, thank you.
Dalton Schoen, 4th-year receiver for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. On the other side, a quick look at the Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. Kickoff happening just after 7 o'clock tonight, 7:08. So we're about 78 minutes away from that opening kickoff. And as we say that, Dave McIver, the sun comes out briefly here at McMahon Stadium. We see the beautiful rainbow over the east side of the city. So knock wood, fingers crossed. We're going to have a good night for some football.
I told you this was going to happen.
Exactly right.
It's going to get nice. It's Calgary.
So since we're talking about the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, the storyline tonight for me, and again, we'll talk about Adam Bighill in a second. He's not in this game tonight. But James Vaughters is in the lineup for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. James Vaughters was part of a very, very good defense last year, with Mike Rose. And Mike Rose, of course, now a member of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. You'll see him next week. James Vaughters now now on the end, across from Willie Jefferson, the freak. James Vaughters was released by this football club back in January, and he talked a little bit about it yesterday. Give a listen to what James Vaughters had to say when he was asked about being released by the Stampeders back in January.
I wasn't surprised. I mean, you hear a thing or two throughout the season, and, sometimes you have opinions that differ from, whoever your employer is, and vice versa. So, I thought I was doing the best I could for the team. And, it's a business at the end of the day. So when you see 12 new starters for a team, how could I take it personally, So, yeah, not really surprised for me, but I've been playing football for a while, and the business is business. More important than, my own emotions is, the club I play for now, to be able to, contribute the way that I want to. And, it's not only, for me, it's coming back to a place where I played a lot, but for our team, it's the next team that we have to play. So I think that's more important than any of that.
I think he's going to be a little bit motivated tonight.
I think the old chip will be on the old shoulder, eh?
I would agree with that. And hey, from a Stampeder perspective, the Stampeder defense wasn't good enough last year. The Stampeder defense couldn't stop the run. And there are 12 new starters, so I do understand that. And look at the Calgary Stampeder defensive line. Charles Wiley is going to get another opportunity tonight. You got Clarence Hicks. You got Flo Remalade. He's one of the best rush ends in the Canadian Football League. You did bring in Miles Brown. So, hey, this team had to make changes, and we're going to see if the changes were right, because I still think James Vaughters has game, and I still think Mike Rose has game.
Yeah, I mean, this team won 5 games last year.
Yeah.
And, there's a lot of blame to go around for why they lost or won 5 games last year, and yeah, as much as the defense wasn't that good, they're on the field a lot, right? That's one of those things, too. You remember how much they were on the field because the offense couldn't stay on the field. So I think James would agree. It wasn't his best year last year.
Right.
I think he would agree. I think Mike Rose, I think most of those guys who were on that defense last year would agree it was not their best year. And it's business. I think he summed it up perfectly. It's business, and the business wasn't good for the Calgary Stampeders last year, so they wanted to change up how they were doing business a little bit, and they've done that.
Shane Holmes once again partnering with Kids Up Front for another great season of Stampeder football through its Yards for Kids program. Every Stampeder offensive yard this regular season, Shane Holmes will donate $1 to Kids Up Front. So far this season, the Stampeder offense and Shane Holmes has raised over $1,100 for Kids Up Front. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes, Calgary's favorite home builder. Okay, we're going to take another timeout here on the pregame show for the Alberta Ford dealers. Right around the corner, we've got the CFL, Around the CFL, presented by the Furness family. Around the CFL, we go around the CFL with Mark Stephen. Mark will join us quickly when we come back, as you found your home for Stampeder football, QR Calgary, and online at qrcalgary.com.
Explore Calgary's best rentals. Book your showing today at renttruman.com. Live better. Rent Truman.
Stormy weather is passing across the city again today, and it's really slowing down your major routes like Deerfoot, Glenmore, and especially Crowchild Trail. Northbound Crowchild is seeing around a 30-minute drive from near 33rd Avenue Southwest up to 24th Avenue Northwest. Could take you quite a bit of extra time to get to McMahon Stadium if you're headed there for the game tonight. If you're headed into downtown, all roads into downtown also very slow moving. Eastbound Bow Trail from Crowchild onto 9th Avenue is seeing a 25 to 30-minute delay. Looks like a lot of drivers on eastbound 9th Avenue are trying to turn left on either 11th Street or 10th Street Southwest. Once you're past 10th Street Southwest, looks like eastbound 9th Avenue is moving smoothly all the way over towards Inglewood. Westbound Memorial still seeing around a 10 to 15-minute drive from Deerfoot over towards the 4th Avenue flyover. And southbound Center Street is seeing delays from around 18th Avenue Northwest into the core. Drop by the new Specsavers Beacon Hill to get a pair of glasses for only $49, including single vision lenses. Limited time only. Conditions apply. See Specsavers.ca. From the QR Calgary Traffic Helicopter, I'm Phil Jensen.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season. And here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon per minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
This is the only place to listen to Calgary Stampeders football. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
QR Calgary 770 on AM, 107.3 The Edge on FM, or online at qrcalgary.com.
And welcome back to the pregame show. Jock Wilson, Dave McIver, live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth here at McMahon Stadium. The first ever Stampede Bowl as week number 5 of the Canadian Football League season kicks off. You've got Zach Collaros against Vernon Adams tonight. Tomorrow night, you have the Hamilton Tiger Cats, Bo Levi Mitchell, up against Nick Arbuckle, the Grey Cup champion Toronto Argonauts. On Saturday, you have Nathan Rourke back in the lineup for the BC Lions. They've lost 3 in a row without Nathan Rourke. The BC Lions go into Montreal to play the Alouettes, and week number 5 of the Canadian Football League season will end on Sunday. The Edmonton Elks still looking for their first win of the season. They are at home against the Ottawa Redblacks. Time to go around the CFL, brought to you by the Furness family. Mark Stephen, the outstanding Hall of Fame voice, the Calgary Stampeders, joins us. And Mark, I'm a little disappointed. You're wearing a hat tonight, but not a cowboy hat. What's up with that?
Oh, give me credit for the shirt, please. That's a cowboy shirt. The hat would fall down, so I couldn't see the game, so I had to wear the regular hat. So the shirt is on. That was what counts.
What do you think of the first ever Stampede Bowl?
Tremendous idea, and I love the way that they've worked with the Stampede board, because anybody who lives in Calgary knows that the calendar in Calgary is 50 weeks plus the Stampede, right? So you better work with the Stampede if you're going to do anything. And I love the way the two of them have got together. Two civic icons are working side by side, because anyone that tries to outshout or out-hustle the Stampede at this time of year just isn't thinking straight, and they'll lose. So I'm glad they both got together.
Yeah, I think it was... Listening to Jay McNeil and some things he said over the past couple weeks here, Mark, it's been a couple years in the making, and then I believe a change of leadership in CSCC kind of pushed this thing a little bit more forward, and that's kind of nice to see that you were able to have somebody, part of your own organization, help out with the Stampede.
Yeah, well, it's a 3-year commitment, so, we'll see what happens tonight, and then they'll make improvements in year 2 and then figure it out in year 3. But I think it's tremendous. The key is it's on the Stampede's list of events. So it's not the Stampeders trying to make noise. I mean, obviously they do have to do some of their own work, but the Stampede is helping them. That's key.
Well, be bigger, be bolder. That's what Jay McNeil has said this football club wants to do this year, and they know they have to, be more engaged with their fans, and you create an event around a regular season game. And I hope this gets knocked out of the park tonight. I hope it's a big success, because unfortunately, Family Day, which Jay McNeil told me was, the 3rd highest revenue-generating game of the season, usually for the Calgary Stampeders, took a big gut punch with the weather, totally. With the last Family Day game. So, the Stampeders need this support. So if you can create the atmosphere, I think Amar Doman has done that with the BC Lions, obviously with their concert series to kick off the season. So, hey, if this works, do more of it as far as I'm concerned.
I agree totally. And let's see, I love, we did have a little bit of rain. Truthfully, I think that cooled things down. It's kind of refreshing, if you want the truth.
Now the sun is out. Okay, it was a bye week for the Calgary Stampeders, but it was a busy week for the Calgary Stampeders. They knew they had to basically get better at the middle linebacker position. And first of all, they shocked the football world by signing Adam Bighill. He's not quite healthy enough to play in this game tonight. The former Winnipeg Blue Bomber, a 3-time Grey Cup champion, a 3-time MOP as far as the defensive side of the ball goes. They also went and signed Kyle Wilson, who is going to make his Stampeder debut tonight, a guy that was starting for the Hamilton Tiger Cats and played all 18 games for the Hamilton Tiger Cats and did have some time in the NFL as well. But let's go to Adam Bighill for a second, because Dave Dickinson yesterday talking about the middle linebacker who adds so much to the Stampeder dressing room. Here's Dave Dickinson talking about the addition of Adam Bighill.
We're not going to rush him, but definitely you can tell, he's all in and he's excited to be here, but he also understands that we got to be smart and not maybe put his his knee at risk. He's a long-term plan for us as far as we need him for as many games as possible, but also we really need him games after Labor Day. And so we'll definitely try to be smart about it. He's one of the smartest guys I've ever talked to football-wise. I don't know if he's smart off the field. I haven't got that far with him, but I know for a fact the stuff he sees and recognizes, it's different than other players. So, like you said, I do believe first ballot Hall of Fame type of career. He's not necessarily, you say he doesn't have anything left to prove, but I think he does. I think he's on a new team. He's with new guys. He wants to make sure people know he's who he is. It just might take a while in order for us to get there.
You know, it's interesting, Mark. When the Stampeders announced that, I had Adam Bighill on my show, and I was a little bit surprised. I wasn't sure with his family and his new business, you know, that he would want to go to another organization. But as he said, you know, he didn't leave the game on his own terms because of the injury. So now he gets an opportunity to leave the game on his own terms.
Totally, and we'll see how it goes. Obviously, this week he did a lot of work on the sidelines and with the strength and conditioning coaches. Didn't participate in drills. I think if he's given the green light, he'll be in drills this upcoming week, heading to Saskatchewan. And I think if that goes well, it wouldn't completely shock me. I'm not going to guarantee, but it wouldn't completely shock me to see him play in Winnipeg on the 18th. And what a story that would be. Very unintentional. Nobody planned it that way, but I could certainly see it. And, you know, the respect this guy has is unbelievable. You know, players just coming up and shaking his hand and saying, love you. I've heard all this stuff. Guys, opponents just saying, love having you around here. Good to see you. And I mean, it's just, he's really a different. And I mean that in the sense that what Dave said, first ballot Hall of Famer. Heck, they could put him in now and nobody'd object. I think he's that good.
Well, you know, it's interesting you say that. You know, the respect he has commanded in this league, and that was evident yesterday when Zach Collaros, the quarterback for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, had some very interesting things to say about his former teammate. Here's Zach Collaros talking about Adam Bighill.
I mean, he was an awesome teammate, awesome person. A guy that raised the level of everybody around him just by his actions. Didn't always really have to use words, you know. He could and he would at times. However, just you know, his ability to kind of just show his capacity for work, you know, day in and day out, whether that was, you know, grinding tape, you know, in the weight room, on the field, you know, watching him do other jobs outside of the building too, or doing them while he was in the building. He's just an impressive human being. You know, since I was traded here in 19, you know, I felt privileged to be his teammate, and I always told him that, like, it's an honor to, you know, to take the field with you every day, whether it's practice or a game, and I truly meant that, and I still do. He's a great player, great person. I mean, great family. You know, our families are friends, and just a great person.
I don't know, Mark. That says an awful lot.
Yeah,
when, you know, hey, as you say, well, I don't know what more you can say about Adam Bighill.
No, it pretty much says it. A guy that would know him very well from all the years together with the Blue Bombers, Grey Cup appearances. So if, you know, Zach Collaros can gush like that, I think we all should realize that this guy he's something different. I mean, one day we will do a show to categorize the top 5 linebackers in the league, but he's ever, and I think he's on my list of that.
Okay, so as we wrap up around the CFL for the Furnace family, I got to ask you guys, both you guys, this question, because I was on the Rod Peterson show on Monday, and Rod Peterson asked me, he said, Jock, 4 weeks into the season, what's your biggest surprise this year? And I said, for me, it's the Edmonton Elks, because I had higher expectations for the Edmonton Elks. You know, I wanted Mark Killam to have success. I thought Ed Hervey did a really nice job with his free agent signings, and yet that team doesn't look good defensively. Trey Ford has been up and down. That team has not won this year. So I put Edmonton as my biggest surprise. I asked Glenn Suter, who was just here a minute ago, wearing his black cowboy hat, I asked him what his biggest surprise was, and he said the backup quarterbacks. The backup quarterbacks who had an opportunity to play and shine, I thought they were going to be great. You know, McLeod Bethel-Thompson was not great for Montreal. Jeremiah Mazzoli, not great for the BC Lions. Dustin Crum, not great for Ottawa. Jake Mayer wasn't great for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Nick Arbuckle has been up and down as the Grey Cup MVP. So there's a couple of ideas. Let's go around the table. Mark, you first. What's your biggest surprise through the first 4 weeks?
Well, it's similar to what Glenn said. I'll just phrase it a little differently. It's the quarterback carnage. how many teams are going through their starting quarterbacks? We're 4 weeks in, and Alexander's going to miss the next Montreal game coming up here. Toronto's going through quarterbacks. Ottawa's going through quarterbacks. Lions are going through quarterbacks. I'm just shocked. And Harris missed the game last week, but he's going to play apparently when the Stampeders are there next week. But I'm just shocked at the amount of quarterbacks that are just falling. I mean, I get it. It happens. Tough game, but that's a lot of backup quarterbacks who have played a lot of snaps.
Yes, and backups haven't been playing well, and we haven't seen P.J. Walker yet. Hopefully we don't. We'll see what happens. Dave McIver, how about yourself?
I got to be honest, for me, it's the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I did not expect them to come out of the gates as hot as they did. I know Trevor Harris is coming off an injury last year, and he came back and is able to be pretty good. No, he had to sit out last game, and Jake Mayer played, but they were able to get the win. A.J. Willett having a big game, so I didn't expect the Riders to come out and be this hot off the start. Let's be honest, we'll have to see how things go the rest of the season because they've faltered in the back half of the last 2 seasons in Saskatchewan, but they're off to a really good start, and it makes a team like the Calgary Stampeders have to look at the standings and realize how important not this game is, but this gauntlet is going to be over the next few games because I imagine maybe not after their 4-0 start, that'll be one of the teams that you're fighting for a playoff spot with.
Mark, a little bit of breaking news for the Calgary Stampeders. We knew the punter, rookie punter Fraser Mazin, was going to be basically a game-time decision. Well, that game-time decision has been made. He is not going to play tonight. Mark Vassett, who was also drafted in the global draft by the Calgary Stampeders, he's going to make his CFL debut tonight. What's the story? Can you give us the inside scoop?
Yeah, just a bit of a groin strain, leg injury. He didn't do anything in day 1 of practice, kind of limited in the last 2 days. I don't think it's really serious, but, and the fact is they view them very, very close together, right? It's the 2 of them, so this is not a huge, huge change. So we'll see how Vassett does in his CFL debut because I think Massine's done pretty good in the first 2 games. I threw out the last game because that was terrible, but I think he's been fine, and I think Vassett will be a tremendous addition to the roster today as well.
Well, they both come from very, very big programs, obviously, in the United States, NCAA programs. I remember you had an interview with Mark Vassett a couple of weeks ago, and, obviously playing for Coach Prime, that's pretty cool. And, just the media spotlight that Colorado had because of Shadur Sanders and, of course, Coach Prime.
Well, that's what he said. He said, there's obviously an image around the whole program because of their flamboyant, high-profile coach, but he said he'd play for him in a minute if he had the chance.
There you go. Mark, appreciate your time as always around the CFL. Mark Stephen, get ready for his play-by-play call coming up just after 7 o'clock tonight. 7:08, as a matter of fact, the Stamps and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers around the CFL, brought to you by Furnace Family. Done right, day or night, furnacefamily.com. When we come back on the pregame show, we're going to be joined by our outstanding color commentator, the one and only Greg Peterson. And I mentioned Glenn Suter. What a look Glenn Suter had there, Dave McIver.
He's the black hat. I thought that was the bad boy look you were talking about on Sports Talk the other night.
He said he wore that black hat a couple of Stampedes when he was younger, so he wanted to come back wearing the black hat, which is fine, and he's got the good Western look happening tonight. CFL Insider joins me twice a week on Sports Talk with Jock every Tuesday night, every Thursday night. The CFL Insider brought to you by Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak. We're going to come back with Greg Peterson. We're going to come back with a look at the injury report for the Cooperators. Not quite as big on the injury report this week as it was a couple of weeks ago, but we'll get you up to date on the injury front here on the home of the Calgary Stampeders. Thanks so much for listening to QR Calgary at 107.3 The Edge.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Alberta's a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power onboard. The Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer, and tell them PB sent you.
This is the only place to listen to Calgary Stampeders football. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
QR Calgary 770 on AM, 107.3 The Edge on FM, or online at qrcalgary.com.
This is the only place to listen to Stampeder football here on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge. We've got the longest-serving play-by-play team in the Canadian Football League. We just heard from Mark Stephen. Now we get to bring in our outstanding color commentator, Grey Cup champion himself, Greg Peterson, joining us tonight. Did you have a good bye week, Greg?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah?
Did lots of golf.
Ah, did you? Did you light it up at Willow?
My typical 85. Just 85, 83. Can't get any better, but not getting any worse.
You know, you're a former player, but you never had 3 bye weeks when you were playing the
Heck
game.
no. We used to play on Labor Day. We would play on the Friday night, so you play Monday, Friday. So, but you know what? Good on these players because they know what causes injuries. Playing too many times in a particular period of time does cause injuries. So it should have been that way back when I played.
Are you a big Stampede guy? Are you ready for the Stampede Bowl?
Well, I'm born and raised in Calgary. I'm always a big Stampede guy, but after I won't say how many years, I'm stampeded out. I go to so many Stampede parties because I go to all my clients' parties. By the 10th day, I'm like, I'm done.
Yeah, I know. I was having lunch or barbecue on Canada Day with a couple of politicians, and these politicians have these spreadsheets of how many parties they have to go to and how many breakfasts and I'm going, oh my God.
I got to eat.
But yeah, when you got to have a spreadsheet to tell you where to be, that's a crazy time. Do you like the addition of the Stampede Bowl to the
Totally love it. I all along for 15, 20 years I've been saying, why do we always leave Calgary during Stampede Week? I think we could get people that come to the Stampede say, hey, I got nothing to do tonight. I'm going to have 4 full 5 days or whatever at Stampede. Why not go see a CFL game? And I just think it's a great idea. Let's hope we get a good crowd tonight.
You know, it used to be because, you know, the parking lot would be full of RVs, and I see a few RVs in the parking lot here tonight, and I don't, you know, I've been to a couple of NCAA games, and I know you've been to a lot too. They have their parking lots that have sewer and hookups and, you know, everything. So they do their parking lots to get the RVs there. Let's create a party, and that's what they've sort of done here tonight with this game. Is they want fans to engage. They've created a little bit of a rivalry with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They've done a partnership with the Calgary Stampede, and I hope it's well attended tonight.
I hope it is too. And you know, they got the trophy, and it's how the Labor Day game started, and look what it turned into. Let's hope this game turns into something like that.
Okay, let's take a quick look at the injury report. The injury report is brought to you by the Cooperators. We just updated you on the punting front. Fraser is out. Mark Vassett is in, making his CFL debut for the Calgary Stampeders. A little bit of a groin pull for Fraser Mezin. What do you think? Making your CFL debut, is it going to be pressure on Mark Vassett tonight?
Well, he's played in some big-time games down in the NCAA, and I don't think so. You know, another global kicker. It seems like that's how we have in the CFL and the NFL now is global kickers. But, you know, just, he's a rookie, but he's played in the NCAA. You play in big games, so I don't think this is going to be anything that's going to overwhelm him.
And yet the kicking game is a little bit different in Canada because it's a lot more directional punting, and of course you got to be ready for it. So it's just one of those factors to watch in this game. Jeshwan Antwi has an ankle injury. We saw him go down in the Ottawa game, so that makes a change in the running back position. You know, Dietrich Mills still your number 1 guy. You know, Benjamin is still number 2. Ludovic Choquette comes on. Jeshwan, fortunately, is only on the 1-game injured list, not the 6-game injured list, so I guess that's a positive.
Yeah, you know, a Calgary boy, we definitely want to see Jeshwan do well, and he can play both fullback and tailback. But they got some depth there at running back. I'm interested to see how this rookie Choquette does, because he really lit it up in preseason. I was quite excited about him. You know, they say he only runs a 4.7, which kind of is slow, I guess you could say, for running back, but he plays at a faster speed in a game. Some guys who run 4.4 play 4.7 during a game, and other guys that run 4.7 play 4.4 in a game when it gets into game time action. I think that's the type of player this Choquette guy is.
It's not a new injury, but it's now been upgraded to the 6-game list for Bryce Bell, your starting center for the Calgary Stampeders. He hurt his shoulder in the Toronto game. Obviously, Chris Fortin, who was the 8th overall selection in the CFL draft, gets another start at center, and looks like moving forward, at least for the next 6, he's going to be your number 1 guy.
Yeah, and I talked to Pat Delmonico, who's the offensive line coach, and they say he's really getting better. He's getting better each game. Did an admirable job stepping in. He's got to be the quarterback there in the O-line. So the kid's just going to get better and better. Bryce Bell, I think, was our best offensive lineman until he got hurt, so it'll be good to get him back. But it's good to see that they're really not losing much when you have a rookie step in and do well like that.
Coming back from an Achilles injury is Charles Wiley. So he was a full participant in practice. He gets added to the roster as Cedric Wilcox is off. So Charles Wiley will be backing up on the defensive line tonight. And I'm curious to see how he does, because I know the Stampeders had high hopes for him heading into the season.
Yeah, he's got great explosiveness off the ball. He plays defensive tackle. He's like a outside guy. He's got great speed and good hand movement. So it'll be good to see how Wiley does back. You're always better that second year. You're more comfortable. You know the players. You know who you're playing against. You played against this guy last year, or at least you saw tape on him. So I'm excited that Charles is back, and let's hope he does a number out there tonight, because we're going to need it.
One guy I wanted to ask you about, Greg, because I feel like he's in a weird spot, is Kyle Wilson, right? The linebacker, because he gets picked up from the Hamilton Ticats, gets cut from there. He's coming into this game, and then Adam Bighill's also chomping at the bit to get back into the lineup or get into the lineup for the first time. So it's kind of a weird spot for him. He's got to have a little bit of pressure on him to go out and perform, because if he doesn't, the guy who's going to replace he's kind of waiting in the wings.
True, but I think they're really looking to have Kyle Wilson possibly play that will linebacker position.
Okay.
So you have Adam Bighill come back. You don't pick a guy like Adam Bighill up and not have the inclinations or strategy. You're going to play him sometime. He's just got to get better. But if he steps in and plays you, then hopefully Markel Lee. You just need lots of depth. But I really think that a better position for Kyle Wilson could be that will linebacker position. But that's next game tonight. He's got a big game in the middle there. He's got to make some tackles.
Well, it's so noticeable. At least it was in the Ottawa game. And yes, it was a weather game, but the Stampeders couldn't stop the run. Whether it was Adeboye, whether it was Steinbach, whether it was Dustin Crum, and it was glaring for the Calgary Stampeder Football Club just how much they were missing Markel Lee. But it's not just the middle linebacker. Obviously everybody on that defensive line is going to have to be.
Yeah, and what Ottawa were doing is they were just bringing everybody into the box and double teaming on the defensive linemen. Well, then you have to have the linebacker step up, even though they might be getting tagged a little bit or blocked. Get off your block and make a tackle. So a lot of people say our D-line didn't do very good. We don't know, but I don't think they were too happy with the linebackers last week, and you got to get off blocks. But it's also the DBs. If you're a halfback and your guy come down and cracks on that outside end, it's your job to go in there, and I call it squeeze the lane, not just go up and get blown back and open up a hole. You got to take a big guy on, a big fullback or a big slot back, and squeeze that lane down so another guy can. So the whole defense, I think, is to blame last week for what I thought, they outran us that game.
All right, that's the injury report. The injury report brought to you by the Cooperators Insurance Plans, Investment Plans. They do both. Cooperators.ca. This is when we say goodbye to Dave McIver. Head down to the sidelines. Enjoy the Stampede Bowl, my friend.
I'm going to have a good time. I see they got the tarps coming off the stage and all the equipment. A little rock and roll with Bret Michaels at halftime. Looking forward to it.
Got a lot of things happening here for the Stampede Bowl for sure. As a matter of fact, Bret Michaels, the Poison frontman, he's going to be performing at halftime, presented by TD. You got Canadian country music artist Dawson Gray. He is going to be performing in the pregame concert on the stage. And, of course, he will also be part of the postgame concert at Stamps House as well, presented by Coors Original. So certainly check that out after the game if you are so inclined at Stamps House. It is the 80th anniversary of the Calgary Stampeders. We've got some reflections coming your way next as the pregame show continues for the Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun!
It's time to Toyota, under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Hurry into South Point Toyota right now and discover why they're Calgary's #1 volume Toyota dealer. With brand new Toyota RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Huge trade-in values. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, get up to $2,000 in free accessories with your purchase. It's time to Toyota under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Hey everyone, it's Ben Mulrooney and welcome to my brand new YouTube channel. You have probably heard me on the radio. I hope you've heard the podcast. Well, now you can join us and see us right here on YouTube. Fearless conversations with voices you won't hear anywhere else. Topics that range the gamut from politics all the way back to pop culture like I used to do. So join us right here on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe and welcome to the Ben Mulrooney Show.
Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play. QR Calgary.
It's the 80th anniversary of the Calgary Stampeders. Time now for some reflections. The game of football features some wild ups and downs, and no one knows that better than former Stampeder receiver Kamar Jordan. On August 25, 2018, Jordan put together the greatest receiving game in Stampeders history. He glided around the field all afternoon against Winnipeg, and by the end of the day, he'd racked up 249 yards. That set a team record for yards in a game. The previous mark had been set by Herm Harrison back in 1968. Quite an achievement. But in the next game, disaster struck. Jordan was tackled at midfield and came up holding his knee. He appeared to be seriously injured. The diagnosis revealed torn knee ligaments. He missed the balance of 2018, nearly all of 2019, and of course there was no football in 2020. When play resumed again, Jordan fought injuries, and his production was limited. After the 2022 season, he was a free agent and was not re-signed by the Stampeders. And that's a story from 80 years of Stampeder tradition.
All right, Mark, thank you very much, and welcome back to the pregame show. Jock Wilson and Greg Peterson here in the Billy Powers broadcast booth, and that's a good segue into the Stampeder receivers because last game the Stampeders had to play without Reggie Begelton. And to be honest, Greg, because it was a weather game and it wasn't really a passing game, I'm not sure who is going to be the guy that steps up and has to replace Reggie Begelton. I think it could be Dominic Rhymes. I think it could be, Jalen Philpott. Somebody has to be that second down receiver, a guy that's almost Mr. Automatic. Who do you think that player has to be?
I think it's got to be Dominic. I mean, Jalen Philpott's got 10 reception. He leads the team in receiving yards. But I think they want to use him more sometimes in the backfield and, maybe even on returns. But that big guy, kind of like what Reggie is, that just knows where to sit or whatever to get those second down. I think that's got to be Dominique Rhymes. He's got 8 years under his belt. He's got that good experience. He's got the big wingspan, 6'4", 217. I think he's got to be the guy that steps up and does it.
He's got the chemistry with Vernon Adams, and yet, we haven't seen that chemistry yet this season between those two.
No, we haven't. As a matter of fact, we started to see it with Reggie Begelton. Let's hope that now, sometimes, it's just the position, too. He's now stepped in, and he's going to be playing that Y spot that Reggie played, and sometimes they just get the ball thrown to him more often because of the position they're in.
Dave McIver just asked you about Kyle Wilson. Kyle Wilson, he is, he's the new linebacker. Let's call it what he is, because he was released by the Hamilton Tiger Cats, brought in by the Calgary Stampeders because of the injury to Markel Lee and the injury to Gary Johnson. So the Stampeders have a little bit of a void at that middle linebacker position. They have signed Adam Big Hill. He's not quite ready to play. Kyle Wilson is ready to play. And here's what he had to say about joining the Calgary Stampeders earlier this week with Mark Stephen. Gord, can we hear that Kyle Wilson interview, please?
Just a few weeks ago, you're in a different uniform at McMahon Stadium. How sudden was all this?
Real sudden. Just in a couple of days' work, I left from where I was at and ended up here, so I'm just happy to be here.
The release, did you have any idea it was coming?
I didn't, but it is what it is. I understand the nature of the business, so it's always a possibility.
And here, there's a need here. They've been hard hit at linebacker, so there's an opportunity right away. You're not waiting for an opportunity. There could be one right here.
Yes, sir. I'm excited for the opportunity and willing to take full advantage of it, so I'm ready to do whatever I have to do.
Not going right against Winnipeg, that'll be quite a challenge, but, you've got an opportunity there to show what you can do.
Yeah, to be the best, you want to play against the best, so it's a great opportunity for me and the rest of the team.
Well, being with Adam Bighill, a guy that's got so much experience and had so much success. How's it being around him?
Oh, that's great, man. I've already learned a lot just within, the last 24 hours. I've always been a fan of his, so just being in the same meeting room as his now, I'm just going to pick his brain best as I can, pick up as much game as possible.
And that's all you can do if you're Kyle Wilson, although Kyle Wilson is a veteran in this league as well, so it's not his first rodeo by any means, Greg.
No, I think he's in his fourth year, but last year he was a leading tackler on the Cats, so, he's got lots of experience, and I think they're quite high on him. Sometimes guys need a new lease on life in their career, and this hopefully could be it, because you're right, we're definitely lacking at that linebacker position with a couple of guys hurt, so let's hope he steps up tonight. He's going to have a big job coming ahead of him, because I'll be talking a little bit about that more in the matchup of the game and a couple other things.
All right. Speaking of that marquee matchup, that is coming up next here on the pregame show. Quick look at the Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. It's a 7:08 kickoff tonight. We're about 43 minutes away from that opening kickoff. The marquee matchup is brought to you by Country Hills Toyota. We're going to do that next on the pregame show. He's Greg Peterson. I'm Jock Wilson. This is Stampeder Football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play. QR Calgary.
First game this season, the Calgary Stampeders are taking on a West Division opponent. The Stampeders, of course, coming off the bye week. They have a 2-1 record heading into this game this evening. The Stampede Bowl, the first ever Stampede Bowl. Stampeders opened up the season with wins over Hamilton and Toronto. Then they dropped that Week 3 decision to the Ottawa Red Blacks, a nasty, nasty weather game here in Calgary. The Blue Bombers, they have started the season very impressive, a 3-0 record, a pair of victories over the BC Lions, and a win against the Edmonton Elks in week number 4. So that brings us to week number 5, Greg Peterson. And we've got the marquee matchup brought to you by Country Hills Toyota. One matchup that you are going to be focusing in on this game tonight.
Well, there's a number of them, but the one I'm going to be looking at is the Stamps defensive, specifically their front seven versus the Bomber offensive line. Last game, as you mentioned, the Red Blacks kind of loaded up the box and just pounded it at us and ate us up. The Bombers do the same thing, and our entire D needs to step up and stop the run, not just the defensive line, and I'm looking to see how our front seven match up with that big Bomber O-line.
Yeah, especially with the addition of Brady Oliveira. He is back. He is ready to run the rock, and we know what kind of running back Brady Oliveira is, so that's going to be very, very interesting. And I made this comment in the opening segment when Dave McIver was here, because my marquee matchup is almost more so in the secondary. We know it's a very young secondary. We aren't sure exactly what they are yet this season. The last game, we have no idea. They played Nick Arbuckle, who is backup quarterback. They did very well against Bo Levi Mitchell in week number 1. But I think the secondary is going to be really tested tonight. Zach Collaros is one of the best in the business. They've got some amazing weapons, some great receivers with that Winnipeg crew. So Damon Webb, he's your leader back there at safety. You got the 2 rookie halfbacks in Arnold and Grant, and then you got, Green and Richardson as your corners. For me, I'm really curious to see how the secondary plays, because I'm still not sure exactly how good these guys are.
Yeah, they've done really well. They've been a pleasant surprise. You and I both, I remember, go back, what position of the team do you think is not there yet? And we both said the secondary. They've gone out, and I think they've been one of our stronger suits. But what Winnipeg does is they love to pound it at you and then do what Dave Dickinson and I call chunk balls. So they'll run the ball, and then they'll try and hit you deep. And they got some really good receivers that just do a really good job of getting those 50-50 balls. So I think that what has to happen, I agree with you on the matchup, but I think you just have to be patient. But the first thing we got to do is stop the run, because they can't throw that chunk stuff down the field unless we're stopping the run.
Well, you're right, and part of that is that little flip pass, the receiver screen, you know, with Dembski, because Dembski can certainly kill you. Wheatfall has done very, very well so far this season. Dalton Schoen is back, and then of course Brady Oliveira gets it all going. And even though Zach Collaros is an older quarterback, you know, he's still got the quick release, and you want to make him uncomfortable, but he's still so damn smart that he can avoid, you know, some of the pressure sometimes.
Yeah, and they do a lot of misdirection type stuff. They do that fly sweep. What I mean by that is they bring a speedy guy across the line of scrimmage and hand it to him right away after they've done a bunch of counters back. So they're a misdirection team, but when it comes right down to it, this is how the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have been ever since Mike O'Shea's been the coach. They've had a big old line that's mean, ornery, and nasty. They try and be out physical you, and they try and pound the ball at you so that they can pick their spots elsewhere. And so I think the main thing is don't let them pound the ball at you, and you're going to kind of get them off rhythm, what they kind of do as a team.
Okay, that's the marquee matchup for Greg Peterson, as he says the front seven, the Calgary Stampeders, are going to have to stop the run, so that's going to be up to Flo, Miles Brown, Hutchins, Hicks, obviously Micah Tights, Kyle Wilson at that middle linebacker position, Jacob Roberts at the will linebacker position, Derek Moncrief at that Sam linebacker position. We're going to see how they do, and can they stop the run and Brady Oliveira in this football game today. The marquee matchup brought to you by Country Hills Toyota. Get your best deal during the Get In and Go event at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Hey, we talk about the Stampeder defense. How about the Winnipeg Blue Bombers defense? We'll talk about that when we come back. This is the pregame show for the Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
It's time to Toyota at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant has brand new RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Buy now and get up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, giant trade-in values. Country Hills Toyota will surprise you with how much they'll pay for your vehicle. It's time to Toyota right now at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Listen to Stampeders play-by-play in high-definition radio, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. 105.1 FM, Channel 2, QR Calgary 770.
The Winnipeg Blue Bombers have been the model franchise of the Canadian Football League for the last 5 years. And why is that, Greg Peterson? Because they play all three phases of the game so well. They're good on special teams, they're good on offense, and boy, oh boy, their defense, hey, they're the number one defense in the Canadian Football League right now. They have only allowed an average of 19 points a game, and it starts, you know, with that defensive line, and of course, the freak, Willie Jefferson, in my opinion.
Yeah, big 6'7", 244, and he's got 11 years under his belt, so... You know, using the freak term is just because he's so big, tall, lanky. What I really admire about the guy, he knows how to deflect footballs, and he just knows when to jump at the right time. And I think the guy's got about 5 touchdowns by picking a pass off on a slant route and jumping up and getting it and just walking into the end zone. So, yeah, they're going to have to stop him.
He makes things uncomfortable for quarterbacks. And let's be honest, Vernon Adams is not the tallest quarterback. I would not be surprised to see Willie Jefferson get a few knockdowns in this game. But it's not just Willie Jefferson. James Vaughters is now a member of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. He's at the other end position. And then you've got, you know, obviously Jake Thomas, who is a stud in the interior, and Devin Adams, who is really good as well. So that front four is imposing.
Yeah, imposing, and you got lots of experience with Vaughters with his 5th year. Thomas is in his 13th year. Jefferson in his 11th. And defensive line is seeing things, seeing what that offensive line is going to do and knowing where to go. And, just little things like if you see the guy pull, you follow the pulling guard or whatever, and it takes you right to where the play is going to be. You don't teach that to some guys. They got to kind of learn it, and they've got that good experience. So our O-line's got a big job tonight.
So Vernon Adams does have a winning record against Winnipeg, which is nice, 4-3. What is this Stampeder offense going to have to do to be effective against a team that only gives up 19 points a game?
Well, they're going to have to run the ball, and it's going to be one of my keys to the game because I just think we have to be able to run the football against these guys because all they do is they like to get you in second and long, and they sit back and they run that umbrella coverage. And what they do, Jock, is they switch a lot of formations all around. But if you look back at the end of doing all that junk, I'll call it, they're running pretty simple defenses. They're running a cover three, which is a very simple defense in the CFL. A little bit of cover two, an umbrella coverage. But at the beginning of it, if you're a fan out there, watch them. They got defensive linemen playing linebacker and linebackers going, and they're trying to confuse you. But at the end of the day, they're running a pretty simple defense. It's all what they're throwing at the quarterback. And I'm sure they said this to Adams, just don't let all that stuff distract you. Just stick with it. That's why don't even let them get into it and just pound it at them. I think that's what they got to do.
Going to be interesting for sure. We're going to take another time out here on the pregame show. When we come back, it's time for our player profile. We're going to get the inside story on a first-year member of the Calgary Stampeders, but it's not his first rodeo in the Canadian Football League because he is a 7-year CFL veteran. Defensive back Godfrey Onenka is going to join us and join Mark Steven. Go nowhere. Keep it locked here on QR Calgary. We are Chorus Entertainment Radio Station, and you are listening to Calgary Stampeder Football.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? That wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Beyond our 50,000-watt radio signal? Get the Radio Player Canada app. Favorite QR Calgary and listen to Stampeders games no matter where you are.
Just got a text from Trevor on the text line, 403-974-8255, and Trevor says, guys, have a great Stampede Bowl broadcast, and Jock, looking forward to your interview with the commish. Yes, Stuart Johnson is in the house tonight, the new commissioner of the Canadian Football League. Stuart Johnson will be joining us during the halftime show as we will get caught up with the latest commissioner of the Canadian Football League. Welcome back to Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football here on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge. Just back to the new punter tonight, Mark Vassett, and Greg Peterson and I were just talking about it. It does maybe change the dynamics in the kicking game a little bit because Fraser Mazin was the holder for Rene Paredes, and now Mark Vassett, who did it in training camp, Greg. But all of a sudden, you got this team that has a little bit of a change-up on it when your kicking game happens.
Yeah, if anything, it's going to affect Rennie. I mean, as a kicker, you like the same guy being the holder all the time. So I don't know how good of a holder Vassett is.
I believe he did it in the NCAA.
Yeah, he could have. But the fact he hasn't done it for Rennie a bunch, is Rennie going to You know, kickers are a peculiar bunch. It's like hitting a golf ball at a certain time. You want to have your mind all there, and if you're one little distraction, you might be missing it. But Rennie's got the type of disposition that we hope he's not going to get distracted by that.
Without a doubt. Calgary Stampeders were pretty active on the free agent market in the offseason. They picked up a defensive back from the Lions, 7th year in the Canadian Football League, 1st year with the Calgary Stampeders. Let's get the story with Godfrey Onenka of the Calgary Stampeders. Here is the voice of the Calgary Stampeders, Mark Stephen.
So, Godfrey, let's discuss the first few games. How's it gone from your viewpoint, joining the Stampeders for your first year?
First of all, amazing organization, amazing city. I think it's a really good mix of, really good football players and also better people. So that's been nice. And then, obviously, winning cures everything. So being able to win our first 2 games, and then, obviously, not the outcome we wanted this last one, but it was a good game. It was, obviously, extenuating circumstances, but so far it's been a blessing to be here, to be honest. Yeah.
I was going to say, those conditions, I don't know if you played any worse conditions.
Dude, that in June is crazy.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, 10-degree weather, 70 mile per hour or 70 kilometers per hour winds in June is insane, but
yes, it was. Anyway, Godfrey, let's go into your family background. You have several relatives playing in the CFL, so, talk about the football ties through your family.
All right. Okay, so there is 5 of us who grew up in Canada, really. Me, my brother, and 3 of my cousins. So my cousin, he's my age actually, but he got to university before, was the first one to get drafted. He went to the Argos. I also played with him for 3 years in college. He went to the Argos. He played 4 years, and then he retired. I played a little bit now. My brother has also been in the league for a little bit now, and then I have my younger cousin in Sask, who I played with for the past 3 years. And then my youngest cousin was in Toronto last year, but got cut, and in Montreal. And now he's trying to find a new spot, so he's just training. So it's kind of cool, yeah.
I was going to say, to have relatives on just about every team.
It's wild, yeah. No, it's been interesting. I've since my first year of university, I've played 2 seasons where I didn't have a cousin or a brother on the team. Yeah,
pretty remarkable.
It's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, let's go into your background. Growing up, where was your hometown that you first got into sports and football?
Yeah, I started playing football when I was in grade 12. And then a couple of things just kind of fell into place. I ended up at Laurier, and then it's just kind of worked out from there. Dwayne Cameron, who actually works here, was my first real DB coach. And he was only because I played D-end my 1 year of high school, and then in 7-on-7, he's like, hey, we want you to try corner. So then I tried it, and he's like, oh, shoot, you can maybe play this.
What was your first job?
First job, Canadian Property Stars. I would sell, aeration and driveway sealing. You'd have to go door to door, lug the big ass trailer with you, go to the door, sell the product to them, and then do it. And then it was all commission. So there were days you would work for 8 hours and make $20. So yeah, but towards the end I got really good at selling, and you could do really well if you could just get good at talking to people. Yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for your time. I appreciate it, my guy.
That's a great chat. Godfrey Onenka, who was drafted by the Edmonton Elks, as a matter of fact, back in 2018, played 9 games as a rookie, signed as a free agent with the Saskatchewan Roughriders on February 9th in 2021 after the missed COVID season. So, yeah, he's got some time in the Canadian Football League and has been a nice addition for the Calgary Stampeder Football Club. First jobs, Greg Peterson was just telling me your first job was at the Calgary Stampede?
Calgary Stampede. I was one of those guys where you throw a dime into a plate. I was in 8th grade, and if they got it into the plate,
they got a prize. Oh, you give them the plate?
Give them the plate. But, the plates were probably worth about 5 cents, so they made a... But seriously, like many Calgary kids growing up, my first job was at the Stampede.
No, my son's first job was at the Calgary Stampede, and he was working on the grounds, having to pick all the garbage up.
Okay, I like my job better than his.
He didn't love that job. My very first job, not at the Calgary Stampede, but I wasn't born and raised in Calgary. I bet you, Mark Stephen, your first job was probably at the Calgary Stampede too. He's nodding. He's going, yeah, his first job was at the Calgary Stampede. That's good. My first job, shoveling manure for my dad on the farm.
I like picking up dimes out of a dish better than both those jobs. So.
I would agree with that one. That was maybe the nastiest job I ever had in my life, but sort of ties in with the Stampede Bowl and the Stampede Flair because, as growing up on a farm, you went to all the fairs, whether it was the Dawson Creek Fall Fair or the Grand Prairie Fair. Never got to the big time fair like the Calgary Stampede, but, into the barns, cleaning up after the cows, it's all part of the job, and that's all part of the atmosphere. And, hey, we got the atmosphere happening here tonight at McMahon Stadium. Dawson Gray is on the stage, I should say, here at McMahon Stadium, warming you up. He's going to be in Stamp's house a little bit later on. Brett Michaels, the front man for Poison, he is going to be providing the halftime show tonight. We are minutes away from the opening kickoff, the Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. Boy, looking at the clock, we're about 25 minutes away. A 7:08 kickoff tonight here at McMahon Stadium. More great Stampeder football coverage after this short break on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit shanehomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Beyond our 50,000-watt radio signal? Get the Radio Player Canada app. Favorite QR Calgary and listen to Stampeders games no matter where you are.
It is the first ever Stampede Bowl here at McMahon Stadium. The Stamps and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, the greatest outdoor show on earth, kicks off tomorrow, and this is the kickoff event for week number 5 of the Canadian Football League season. Big wager going on between team presidents Jay McNeil and Wade Miller. Jay McNeil, the president of the Calgary Stampeders, Wade Miller of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, $25,000 on the line. And, of course, that'll be a donation made to the Purelator Tackle Hunger Program by the losing team to the winning team's market. Greg Peterson, have you ever been on a mechanical bull?
No.
Do you want to go on a mechanical bull?
No, but I have been down where I've opened up gates for when the Bulls or the Bronc Riders had to do it, and that's pretty daring to do that, what those guys do. I got to respect for them.
So when Greg Peterson goes down to the grounds, do you play the games because that was your first job? Do you eat the junk food because, hey, we all love junk food, or you just like to go to the rodeo?
I like to just go to the rodeo. I admire the rodeo. Those guys, people don't think what they go through is something else. So I really got a lot of admiration for Cowboys.
Back to the game. Vernon Adams Jr. just 7 yards shy of the 17,000-yard mark for his career. I'm pretty sure he's going to throw for at least 7 yards in this football game tonight. He's bidding to become the 47th player in CFL history to reach the milestone. Are we going to see a touchdown pass from Vernon Adams in this game?
That's something else that he doesn't have a touchdown. You know what? And I wish he would have had 2 less touchdowns. Well, it's punching it over last week from the 1 and the 5. They just missed it. But, yeah, he'll get one. I think he's going to get one tonight. I mean, it's just the fact that they've got the ball down so close where they can run it over. I think Vernon's played pretty well. I think he played well enough last game to win the football game. They didn't lose the football game because of Vernon Adams. They lost the football game because they couldn't punch it in from the 1 and from the 4.
Yeah, and hey, you can't turn the ball over 5 times. He did make a couple of mistakes with the throws, but the short yardage came to bite them in the butt. And you look back at that game, not stopping the run, and the 5 turnovers, granted 3 of them were on downs, but it all played into the loss against the Ottawa Redblacks.
Well, and what I'm looking Vernon to do, I think if we can pound it at him and get 5, maybe 6 yards, and then do a pass play, what Vernon will give you is the Bombers like to go in that umbrella defense. They like to maybe bring a fifth guy, but if Vernon can escape out, all he's got to get is 4 yards. We got a first down. We didn't have that ability at the quarterback position last year to do it. This year we got it, so I'm expecting a little bit of that at Vernon in the second down.
In 90 seconds, we're going to hear from Stampeder head coach Dave Dickinson. The interview with the coach brought to you by our friends at Tom's House of Pizza. This is Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
It's Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Your Cooperator's Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperator's Advisor? Give Alan Ducharme from Ducharme Insurance and Investments a call at 403-221-7237 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Other guys pretend, we deliver the goods. We're the official radio voice of the Calgary Stampeders. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
We're about 19 minutes away from the opening kickoff, the first ever Stampede Bowl here at McMahon Stadium. That's a look at the Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. I'm Jock Wilson with Greg Peterson. We're live in the Billy Powers broadcast booth. Time to check in with head coach Dave Dickinson. The Coaches Show brought to you by Tom's House of Pizza. Here's Mark Stephen.
Stampeders back at home after the bye week, and the weather will be certainly better than the last time they played. But, Dave, let's talk about the bye week. How did the guys come back?
Most guys stick around, which was nice. You're right. The weather wasn't ideal for the past game, but I don't think that's an excuse. We're excited to get another opportunity to come back out here. Like I say, most guys stuck around, did that extra work. I'm hoping we have that extra energy, a little bit fresher than our opponent, and use that to our advantage.
There was no on-field activity, but plenty of activity in the front office. You brought in a couple of linebackers, and one is going to play today. Tell us about signing Kyle Wilson, who was let go by Hamilton in a move I don't think a lot of people saw coming.
Yeah, we didn't either, but obviously they like their guys, and it is what it is. I liked his attitude. He's been working. He's been putting in the extra time. I liked him as a player, too. I thought he's a good tackler. He's really good in short spaces. I think he can run. So overall, I just think it was a nice addition. Big Hill is just going to be a bit. We'll see where we go from there.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there just a situation where you have to wait for him to get in shape? Because he has a big injury to come off of, and he hasn't had the benefit of a training camp.
Yeah, we got I definitely think for Adam, he's just a little bit behind. It's nine plus months post ACL. He's chomping at the bit, but I just got to make sure he's ready to go health-wise, so we don't put him in a situation where everyone's at risk, but not maybe enhancing that risk to where it's not safe.
Chris Fortin is in again at center. You move Bryce Bell to the 6-game list. Thoughts on Fortin and any updates on what to expect from Bell?
Yeah, Bryce has got that shoulder injury. It's been happening, so we definitely, Chris has done a nice job. We drafted Chris with this in mind. We actually knew Bryce actually hurt his shoulder in the off season, and we were aware of this, and that really kind of pressed us into making sure that we could draft an offensive lineman that could play center, and Chris was that guy, and he's doing a nice job. He's pushing people around. He's smart. He's a worker. He's a rookie, so there definitely is still lots of areas to grow, but he's doing a good job.
What about Clark Barnes? And, the receiving core has certainly been productive, except when it comes to touchdowns, but it's been productive, and I think he's been very good and maybe really fitting in nicely in 25 with Vernon Adams.
Yeah, I like our receiving core. We're pretty balanced across the board. Any certain game, one of those 5 guys can go off and have a big game, and Clark's done that. He's healthy now. He also had off-season surgery. I feel good about where he's at. He's motivated, but take advantage of your opportunities when the ball comes your way. Block well in the run and the screen game, and just be himself.
A quick note on Winnipeg. They've got one of their real stars, the MVP in the league, Brady Oliveira, back. Just thoughts on him and the challenges he'll present.
Yeah, he's tough. He's best in the league last year, and he earned it. Did a great job. He's a downhill runner that gets stronger as the game goes on. It's going to take all 12 of us to tackle him.
Dave Dickinson has been our guest.
Interview with the coach, brought to you by Tom's House of Pizza, serving Calgarians pizza made to perfection since 1963. Got a college atmosphere happening here. The Stampede Show Band is on the turf. We're going to get to our player introductions in just a few minutes, but we're going to come back and get the keys to the game. The keys to the game brought to you by the Alberta Ford dealers. Greg Peterson has his keys. We'll do that when we return for our final segment on the pregame show on QR Calgary.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Other guys pretend, we deliver the goods. We're the official radio voice of Calgary Stampeders. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
You know, if you ever go to a college football game in the States, one of the big highlights is the marching bands.
I love it.
Oh, yeah, and this is perfect.
You're right. When you said it, Jock, you hit it on the head. It feels like a college atmosphere when you hear the band.
Yeah, it really does. And hopefully they're going to rock it here tonight. And the first ever Stampede Bowl is a big success so far. The stands are still filling up. Looks like it's going to be a very, very good crowd here at McMahon Stadium. All right, Greg Peterson, we have to get to it because I know the introductions are coming up very, very shortly. Let's get to the keys to the game. The keys to the game for the Alberta Ford dealers. If the Stampeders are going to hand the Winnipeg Blue Bombers their first loss of the season, what are they going to have to do? What are the keys to the game for the Alberta Ford dealers?
Well, we talked about it. Number one, stop the run. The Bombers and the Saskatchewan Roughriders are the only two teams in the CFL that have run the ball more than they passed the ball, which is unusual. But they got a big, huge, physical offensive line. They like to pound that out, and they pride themselves on being more physical. We're going to have to stop the run. Number two is we're going to have to run the ball. We need to get in 2nd and 4 or less on those first downs. We need to be able to run the ball, and the Bomber D are hard to read for QBs because they do so much stuff in the back end. I think just pound it at them a couple times and not worry about all the stuff they're trying to throw at you. And the third thing I came up with by talking to coaches, looking at field position. The Bombers head coach, Mike O'Shea, he loves to play for field position. He relies on his defense. He relies on his special teams. They win the field position battle in almost every game they win, and he'll structure his calling around getting the field position. We got to win that field position battle.
I think you've nailed it, because can you hold Brady Oliveira to under 100 yards in this game? If you do, you have a very good chance of winning the game. First down production with that running game is so important. And you know, who's going to be the second down conversion guy? That wasn't very good production by the Stampeders against Ottawa. Their second down conversion has to be better tonight. And field position, hey, it's always about field position in the Canadian Football League. That's the keys to the game for the Alberta Ford dealers. And that's a wrap for the pregame show. Up next, 4 quarters of Stampeder football action with the outstanding play-by-play team of Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson, including the Stampeders' opening drive, brought to you by Claus Tractors. But first, Mark is going to take a look at the starting lineups. He'll do that next on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's time to Toyota under the tower at South Point Toyota. Hurry into South Point Toyota right now and discover why they're Calgary's #1 volume Toyota dealer. With brand new Toyota RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Huge trade-in values. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, get up to $2,000 in free accessories with your purchase. It's time to Toyota under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment radio stations. Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And now for the starting lineups as a horse led the team onto the field. Very, very exciting for the Calgary Stampede. Let's look at the offensive line, left to right. DeMurray, Zach Williams, Fortin, Christian Canu, and Josh Coker at right tackle. Vernon Adams, the starting quarterback. Diedrich Mills in the backfield. Dominique Grimes, Tevin Jones, Jalen Philpott, Eric Brooks, and Clark Barnes are the receivers. For the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, their front four, and a talented, experienced one it is. James Vaughters and Willie Jefferson are on the ends. Jake Thomas and Devin Adams inside. Tony Jones, the starting middle linebacker. Kyrie Wilson, the outside backer, eighth year from Fresno. And Rada Kramdi is the other backer. Jabal Parker is the starting safety. Diedrich Nichols and Evan Holmes are the halfbacks, and Terrell Bonds and Marquise Bridges are on the corners. Winnipeg offensively lining up this way. 15-year veteran Stanley Bryant began his career here back in 2011. He's at left tackle. Micah Vanterpool, Chris Kalinowski, Pat Neufeld, and Kendall Radoff are the starting offensive linemen. The great Zach Caleros, 13th year from Cincinnati, is starting quarterback. The great Brady Oliveira, the ranking MOP, is the starting running back. Carrick Wheatfall, Dalton Shum, Nick Dembski, Kevin Clarkus, and that's the receiving core lining up for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The front four for the Calgary Stampeders, Clarence Hicks and Flo Armalad, Jalen Hutchings, who's off to a tremendous start this year, and Miles Brown inside. Micah Tights, Jacob Roberts, the starting linebackers, with Derek Moncrief as kind of the chase defensive back linebacker. Damon Webb is the starting safety. The halfbacks, Sheldon Arnold and Jaden Grant, and Adrian Green and Tyler Richardson are on the corners. Officials as assigned by the Canadian Football League today, the referee is Ben Major. The umpire is Adam Paradowski. The down judge is Mark Cobb. Line judge is Eric Greibel. Side judge is Murray Clark, and the back judge is Dave Gatza. The field judge is Jason Mazzio. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers 3-0. The Calgary Stampeders coming to this game at 2-1, and specific to the Stampeders, this is their first matchup with a team from the Western Division this year. Well, the lights are on. It should be a wonderful day. A great crowd is filing in. Looking forward to bringing you this game, our play-by-play broadcast, only moments away on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
It's almost here.
We're 90 seconds away from the opening kickoff on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Mark Steven and Greg Peterson bring you all the action just as they have for over a quarter century. Call it a wrap on the pregame show. Up next, it's game time.
Calgary Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
On QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon-per-minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
Here we go, Stamps fans. The moment you've all been waiting for. Every hit, run, pass, and touchdown. Right here on your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeders football.
Kickoff is now with Mark Steven and Greg Peterson on your home of the red and white for over 30 years. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
We're coming to you live from the South Point Toyota Billy Powers broadcast booth. Get your best deal in the Get In and Go event under your Toyota Tower at South Point Toyota. And welcome, football fans. This is the time and this is the place for another edition of Calgary Stampeder Football. QR Calgary and the Canadian Football League are proud to bring you today's game featuring the Stampeders and the Blue Bombers. Our anthem.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The anthem is in the books, and we'll bring you all the drama and excitement from our broadcast location at McMahon Stadium. In the booth, Mark Steven and Stampeder All-Star Greg Peterson forming the longest broadcast tandem in CFL history. And Greg, what are you looking for?
Looking for a great game tonight, Mark. This is perfect football weather. Really looking forward to this inaugural Stampede game. Got Stampede band out. Let's hope the Stampeders stamp on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers tonight.
We'll find out coming up. The opening kickoff, 90 seconds away. More great Stampeder football on the voice of the Stamps, QR Calgary.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
QR Calgary is the proud radio home of your Calgary Stampeders.
It has been for over 3 decades.
Stampeders football brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And welcome back on Stampede Eve to McMahon Stadium. Welcome back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary 770 CHQR. And Dave McIver, how are field conditions?
Well, the conditions are pretty good down here, Mark. As you said, that rainstorm came in and kind of cooled things off. The wind, it's kind of up and down, going from the north end of the stadium to the south. So we'll kind of play it by ear by every single kick that is made tonight. But this is an awesome atmosphere. atmosphere. The stands are still filling up on both sides of the stadium. Stamps are looking for a bounce back. We'll see if they get it.
You got it. Lights are on. It's a beautiful night for football. The Stampeders are out in their red over red uniforms with the red tops, the red pants, the white numerals, and the striping on the shoulders with the red helmets. The Blue Bombers are out in their road uniforms, white with the blue shoulders, the blue numbers, gold pants, the blue socks, and here we go. First Western opponent. Looking forward to it.
Yep, and the Stamps won the toss. I thought they might maybe take the wind, pick a side, but nope, they want to take the ball right away. And a couple of games this year, we've seen how they took that ball right down the field. We got to hope they do that well. They're going to get the ball in this opening drive.
Well, it certainly is a great psychological advantage to go down there and punch the ball in the end zone, or at least get a scoring play right off the bat. So the Winnipeg Blue Bombers from our broadcast right will be kicking off. They're kicking into a bit of a wind, I guess. Be a bit of an issue, but I don't think it'll be holding the game up and being a factor like it was the last time we were at home here. That was the last time the Stampeders played. They had the bye week last week. Of course, Winnipeg had the bye in the very first week of the season. Anyway, the Stampeders are gathering on their side, and the Stampeders, Dave Dickinson and Mike O'Shea, they are the two senior coaches in the league. Senior by experience, not senior by age, but senior by experience. So these two guys know each other well. The two teams, well, they're ready to go. Stampeders send Choquette back to return, along with Benjamin. Veteran Sergio Castillo, third stint with Winnipeg. He tees the ball up, and we'll get ready to kick this ball off and get the game underway. Really glad you're with us wherever you are, Calgary, Southern Alberta, and if you're from out of town, welcome to Calgary Stampede. You'll love it. It all gets going as of tomorrow morning with the parade. QR Calgary will be on location with about 300,000 other people downtown, so it should be a lot of fun. Blue Bombers fan out behind the kicker, Castillo. He paces things off. The Texan is ready. Waiting for the signal to start time in. And he comes forward, kicks it off, 7-10 local. And that ball is kicked off in the air towards the far side. The Stampeders are going to return. With the ball as Benjamin gets up across the 30, about the 35 before a hand is out to trip him up. So the Stampeders have a return, and they'll start out at about, let's see where they spot it, the 38-yard line, where it'll be first down.
Yeah, not bad field position, Mark. The ball really hung up. Lots of hang time on the football. That gives your cover guys a lot of chance, but on the other hand, it wasn't kicked that deep, so decent field position for the Stampeders to start this first drive.
You got it time now for the Class Stampeders opening drive. The makers of precision farm equipment. Class made for more. Stampeders at their 38-yard line. They come out in a one-back set. And that is Mills. We'll get the call, and as he hit the hole, he lost his footing and went down, so no gain on the play.
Well, they had three receivers. That's called trips to the right side. They brought the other receiver across the formation, and normally that entices the linebackers to maybe look that way, and they tried to run the ball on a little counter, but as you said, Mills slipped, so didn't get nothing.
This will be second down and 10 for the Calgary Stampeders on their 38-yard line. They have the wind at their back, moving left to right to the scoreboard end of the stadium, and they send Clark Barnes. He goes right inside him is Jalen Philpott and Brooks to this wide side. Adams takes the snap. Pocket hold, steps up, rifles a strike across the middle, caught by Brooks. He has yardage near the first down, tackled at about the 47-yard line. We'll see where they spot the ball. Nichols on the tackle, but should be a first down. Or Parker, the safety, should be a first down.
Yeah, just a curl route by a little deep coverage. I talked with Jock about the umbrella coverage. That means they have four guys that kind of just hang back. You can find a hole in that zone, and good job by Adams to step into the pocket, third and very short.
Inches to go, maybe an inch, as big Quincy Vaughn is in. And he's going to put his 6'4" frame into this. He's up and under fellow rookie Fortan. Lines are down. He hesitates, moves left, pushes ahead, and should have the first down.
He's a big boy, 6'4", 250, rookie out of North Dakota. And speaking of the North Dakota area, Mark, if you're looking, doing a little preparing for this game, it seems like the Bombers got lots of guys out of Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota. They really like to recruit guys kind of in that central area and where the city of Winnipeg is.
Yep, Midwest area there. And best of them all is Brady Oliveira, who's from Winnipeg and went to North Dakota and then came back home. Stampeders with a new set of downs. Their first down at the 49-yard line. Barnes going left. Rhymed with them that way as well for the Stampeders. Adams from the gun. High snap gives to Mills. He shuffles the feet, finds a hole right side, pushes ahead to the midfield marker where he is tackled on the play.
And it's going to be close. Lauder's on the tackle, a gain of about 7.
Well, they brought one of the wide receivers down to block, and I think that was Dominique Rhymes. He kind of pushed the end out, a little sliver of a hole, and not a bad first down pickup, 5 yards. You usually like to get maybe 6, but not bad.
At the 54, that's where the Stampeders are. Second down and 5 yards to go. The rookie Alford splits left. He lines up outside the numbers on the far side. Bombers sending 4 as Adams is back passing. Standing, waiting, throwing along out to the far side. Reaching back, makes the catch before he is pushed out of bounds. Nice grab on the play by Dominique Rhymes, and it's a Stampeder first down.
Yeah, 3 receivers to the left side, and good deep drop by Vernon Adams that time. Good blocking out front, and we had Rhymes just run a deep out and a perfect strike throw, and Stamps on a little bit of a march here.
Stampeder down to the 43-yard line of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. We are just underway here on it's turned into a very nice night at McMahon Stadium. Tevin Jones, solo receiver to the far side for quarterback Adams. Adams works. Blitz is on. Back is Adams. Standing, waiting, has time. Airs it out deep. Looking for a target. Barnes inside the 10. Goes up, makes the catch. Carries it back under the end zone. Touchdown! Stampeders! Clark Barnes!
That's what you want to do. Clark Barnes had beaten his guy, man-to-man coverage. We got a flag. We'll have to see what the flag is, Mark. That could be huge because excellent throw that time by Vernon Adams, and good catch. And we've got the referee now talking with Dave Dickinson. I believe it's going to be on the Bombers because they're lining up for the convert. It'll probably apply to the kickoff.
Well, there we go. The first touchdown through the air on the first drive by the Stampeders. A superb pass, superb grab by Clark Barnes. And most impressively, Greg, he went up in traffic, made the catch, and carried tacklers with him into the end zone for the touchdown. So Vernon Adams finds the end zone. So does Clark Barnes, and the Stampeders take the lead.
Yeah, take the lead. You see the horse run down the sideline now, Mark, but the penalty was against the Bombers, so that's going to be applied on the kickoff.
Already Paredes is on for the extra point. Remember, Vassett is on to hold. Messine, the regular holder, scratched because of leg issues. Ball is kicked. It's down. Paredes steps into it and splits the uprights and moves the Stampeders ahead. Stampeder football has a home. It's QR Calgary. The score is Calgary 7, Winnipeg 0. You're listening to Stampeder football, now streaming on QRCalgary.com.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyric or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyric Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
Your cooperator's advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local cooperator's advisor? Give Alan Ducharme from Ducharme Insurance and Investments a call at 403-221-7237 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Clarence Hicks, defensive end. Thanks for listening.
And thanks for listening on Stampede Eve. The Stampeders are up 7-0, a 43-yard pass and run, courtesy of Vernon Adams and Clark Barnes. Yeah, the penalty applied on the kickoff, so the Stamps are kicking off from the 45-yard line.
Well, it's a 72-yard drive, Mark. As you said, 6 plays, capped off with that 43-yard touchdown, but that's how you want to start the football game.
You got that right. Rennie Paredes strokes the ball deep. It goes over the head of the returners, bounces in the end zone, and bounces up the back of the dead ball line for a point. So there you are. Quick 8 points by the Calgary Stampeders with 11:21 to play in the opening quarter. Welcome back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Well, Rennie's usually not a guy with a long drive like that on kickoffs, Mark. He has an average leg on the kickoff. He's a field goal kicker, but that time he kicked it right through the end zone. He's now talking to Dave Dickinson. I don't know if they really wanted that. They wanted to try and get the field position and kick it high and maybe trap within the 20, but nevertheless, you never know how much you need those points until the end of the game.
Well, that's just it, too. And here comes Zach Calero. Speaking of good offenses, he has Oliveira crouching in the backfield, but Caleros will go to the air. He fires to the far side. Ball is caught and then hit right away by Green on the corner, bringing down the target on the far side, Clarkis. That'll be a gain of about 5 on the play.
Yeah, just a deep zone that time. You had a corner way back on the far side, Adrian Green, and he came up, though, and limited the yak yards to nothing, so got about a 6-yard, pretty good gain, though, for the Bombers on that first play.
Second down, Winnipeg, 4 yards to go. They're at the 46-yard line. 4 receivers left, including our pregame guest, Dalton Schoen. He's in early motion to the line. Snap back, and it's a draw. Giving up the middle to Oliveira. Breaks one tackle. Gets into the secondary. Brought down near midfield and has the first down. Over on the tackle is Moncrief for the Stampeders, but Winnipeg picks up the first down.
Yeah, you had a pretty good draw play, but Jacob Roberts, he read it. He was right there. He just dove at the ankles at Brady Oliveira. You're not going to tackle him, Mark. You got to wrap up and gang tackle. Had a chance to stop him before the first down. He just missed the tackle.
Bombers at their own 54-yard line. One back set with Oliveira. 3 receivers left. Outside blitz coming by the Stampeders. The give is to Oliveira. Slashes into a hole right side. Gets to the Calgary 50-yard line. Brought down on the play. Over on the tackle. Hutchings for the Stampeders.
Well, this is what the Bombers do. They run the ball and just pound it at you. Pretty good upfield surge by that big O-line of the Bombers. And you got Brady Oliveira, the 5'10", 235-pounder, just powering his way. So getting too much for the Stampeders. Got a good 6-7 yards on that play.
They're across midfield to the Stampeder 50-yard line. Here come the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They trail 8-0. Bombers with 5 receivers out. Outside blitz coming again. Caleros back. Pitches where the blitzers came from. Tosses down the sideline. Pushed out of bounds right away after making the catch is Wheatfall. Driven out a touch. But the Stampeders, let's see where the ball is spotted.
Well, it's probably
Roberts on the tackle.
Yeah, pretty good first down, and that's just what a veteran quarterback will do to you. Guy, Zach Calera's 13th year, he read that blitz all the way. Stampeders blitzing from the edge quite a bit. Now they're bringing in a couple big guys, but right away Calera's picks that up. He knows where to throw that football for an easy pitch and catch for the first down.
Bombers at the Stampeder 43-yard line. Here they come. Winnipeg does. Now they have 2 backs in. Oliveira to the right. And give is inside to Oliveira. He has the ball, falls forward inside the 40. See, 2 backs in, and they decided to have one guy lead, and then they gave it to Oliveira.
Well, and that's what they're, as I said, they're just pounding at us right now, and they're getting 6-7 yards on first down. We got to be able to stop them. You got to gang tackle. One guy's not going to tackle Brady Oliveira. 5'10", 235 pounds. He is low, just solid down low, and they're just getting too much on first down carries.
That's where they are. They are first down. Make that 2nd and 3 now for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They empty the backfield. Lots of different sets for the Blue Bombers here. Now Oliveira back into the backfield of the block along with Dembski. But they'll go on the ground on a handoff to Oliveira. Busts up the middle, breaks one tackle, pushes ahead, then is finally knocked down, but has the first down at the Stampeder 30.
Well, that's what Oliveira does really well. Not only is he a good, powerful runner that takes 2 guys to bring him down, he'll almost stutter and stop. Reads his blocks really well and then just shoots through that hole, and that's what he did on that play.
He is a bowling ball, a very low to the ground, stout guy, and he racks up the yards. Winnipeg on the march. They're at the Stampeder 31, ball resting between the hash marks. Oliveira lines up left. Now Dembski comes into the backfield. Caleros has the ball, snaps to the left flat. That's caught. Started with the ball, gets to the Calgary 25, spins, falls ahead to about the 21-yard line where the Stampeders bring him down. Sambu over on the tackle.
Both offenses just easily moving the ball down the field, and that time nobody was covering the slot back on the left side. The halfback was way deep, and it's almost like Caleros is scanning the Stampeder defense and looking where he needs to throw the ball and getting it out right away. Good quarterback play so far by both quarterbacks.
They are. That's why Zach Caleros, two-time MOP, one of the best to ever do it. It's second down, 1.5 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They're on the march to the Stampeder 22-yard line. They have a bunch formation at right tackle with two blockers. Give inside is to Oliveira, busts through one tackle, gets to the secondary level. Webb, the safety, has to bring him down. And about the 15-yard line, and the Blue Bombers move the sticks.
They're just pounding at him. Anytime you're talking about Webb, the safety, making a tackle, there's something wrong. So we're going to do something to stop this running attack by the Bombers. Haven't been able to do it this drive.
This is the 9th play of this drive coming up with 6 minutes and 44 seconds play in the opening quarter. Stampeders leading 8-0. Winnipeg breaks the huddle. They send Wheatfall and Little Stearns going wide right. 4 up on the line for the Stampeders. Caleros with 3 on the clock. Give again to Oliveira. He runs right, then turns it upfield. This time the Stampeders put him on the ground after about a 4 or 5 yard gain. Wiley on the tackle.
Still quite a bit, Mark, but you look at that old line and they're 6'4", 315, 6'4", 330. 6'1", 310, 6'6", 315, and 6'5", 306. That's a big old line.
And lots of experience. Yep. Bryant's been with the Bombers for 10 years. Kalinkowski, the center, 5. Well, Neufeld, 12.
Yeah, I have down 14. So.
Second, well, in the league, but 12 with Winnipeg, yeah. All right, from the 13-yard line, Winnipeg has it in Calgary territory on second down. Caleros back, pitch it across the middle, flag is thrown, the ball is caught at the 5-yard line. Micah Tights pulling down.
We got a flag.
Kevin Clarkus, but let's see what the flag is.
Yeah, the referee threw the flags either holding or roughing the passer. It's going to be holding, so Stamps, they had him in the grasp, and Blair seems to be magic man at times. I've seen it before. He's got a guy wrapping around him, and he just finds some guy to shuffle it forward. That's what happened on that play.
You know, I was doing just some of the pre-game research and writing some notes to myself. You know, Stanley Bryant, the left tackle, has been in his league 15 years. He started here.
Mm-hmm.
He blocked for Henry Burris in his first game.
15 years, yeah.
Wow. I mean, Henry, we all love Henry, but he's been gone a long time, right? Anyway, that's just the way it is. He's been around that long. Second down, 16 yards to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They must advance to the Calgary 6. Oliveira in a one-back set now leaks out to the far side. Back is Caleros, sets up, pitches to the left flat. That ball is caught. Dembski trying to gather yards. 20, 15, spins, then is stood up at about the 12-yard line. Several Stampeders rally to bring him down, and they'll be well short of the first down. I think he got about 9 or 10 yards, but he needed much more than that.
Well, good call. Little screen pass. Stampeder in a kind of a prevent defense. Second down and about 20 to go, but pretty good running that time by Dembski. He's kind of like their versatile Swiss Army knife type guy. He can run the ball. He can catch it. He just can play any type of position. Didn't get it, though, so the Bombers on for the field goal.
And this will be the 12th play or 13th play of this drive. Wow. Don't see those too often in the CFL, but here is Sergio Castillo, 7 of 8 this season, and this should be from the Department of Automatic from 19 yards away.
Yep.
Snap, it's down. He strokes it through. No questions asked, and the Bombers are on the board. It's the Stampeders 8, Winnipeg 3, 4:25 to play in the first. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak are proud sponsors of Stampeder football on QR Calgary, bringing you all your CFL action for over 3 decades.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
It's time to Toyota, under the tower at South Point Toyota. Hurry into South Point Toyota right now and discover why they're Calgary's #1 volume Toyota dealer. With brand new Toyota RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Huge trade-in values, free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, get up to $2,000 in free accessories with your purchase. It's time to Toyota, under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Ever
get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Hey, Stamps fans, this is Miles Brown. Keep it right here on QR Calgary all season long.
The action resumes with the Stampeders leading 8-3. The Stampeder offense on the field. They'll start out after that field goal at the 40-yard line. They break the huddle. Devin Brown, Jalen Philpott, and big, tall Rhymes splitting wide left. They go to the far side. Now they track in motion near side. From the gun, Adams gives in. So no play fake. He turns and rolls right, throws downfield, and that was broken up by Holm for the Blue Bombers. Here's Dave McIver from sideline level.
Yeah, as the Stamps offense returns to the field, you'll notice number 14, Clark Barnes, not out there right now after scoring that touchdown. Spent almost the entire defensive series in the tent, favoring one of his legs, so we'll see if he can go moving forward in this one.
Well, that explains why Alford, or one of the reasons why Alford is in the game. Second down and 10 Stampeders. Number 1 overall pick. He goes wide left to the far side, lining up outside the numbers on the 40-yard line. Play clock at 4. Adams takes the snap, empties the backfield. He pivots left away from traffic. He runs. He's at the 40-yard line, runs down the far sidelines, lowers his shoulder, is knocked to the turf at about the 47-yard line. But I think he'll be short of the first down there as the Blue Bombers got out and knocked him down. So it'll be third down at about 3, and can't take a chance here.
Well, he'll be short, Mark, but that was a great play by Vernon Adams. He sensed that the guy was blitzing. He was kind of rolling to his right, and then he just did a spinorama move and took off back over to his left and almost got the first down, but that's just a veteran sensing a guy who's ready to come down and tackle you, and you make something out of nothing.
Bonds on the corner knocked him out of bounds as this is the CFL debut for Vassar, and it's a good one. He pounds that ball, and he got 5 yards deep in the end zone. Bombers are going to return, goal line at the 5, and tackle it about the 6-yard line. Superb special team work by the Calgary Stampeders. Looks like William Longley led the charge among many others. We'll take a timeout. Exactly 3 minutes to play in this quarter. This is first quarter football. We're at McMahon. The score, Calgary 8, Winnipeg 3. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary at 107.3 The Edge.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon-per-minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
Hey, Stamps fans, this is Miles Brown. Keep it right here on QR Calgary all season long.
They officially credit as the Stampeders defense is on the field with the team leading 8-3. Godfrey Onyeka with the special team tackle. It has Winnipeg backed up to their 6.
Yeah, Godfrey Onyeka is doing a great job this year on teams. That's his 4th special teams tackle. He now leads the Stampeders in special teams tackles.
It's quite a story he told the pregame show about lugging around a big trailer trying to sell services for, driveways and things. So I guess you got to start somewhere, right? So that's where he started. But anyway, free agent signing. He's been around the league a little while, but has a number of relatives that have also played in the CFL and are playing for that matter. By the way, welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. Exactly 3 minutes to play in this quarter, and it's 8-3 for the Calgary Stampeders.
Well, Stampeders have to start stopping that run because the Bombers just pounded it at them, and we've got to do something about Brady Oliveri. He's killing us right now.
And Zach Collaros. He retreats, lines up in the gun. Oliveira back foot on the goal line. Play fake into the line. Collaros rolls right, throws a wide side out, and that ball is caught. Then knocked out of bounds by Webb, the safety, as it's pulled in by Sean.
Well, our Sam linebacker just shot down, thought that Brady Oliveira, a little fake handoff up the middle, and that was a good fake, Mark. And then a guy just runs a quick out and just quick dump pass by Zach Collaros to the guy going across the motion, and the Bombers are just killing us on first down. They're 2nd and 3, 2nd and 2, 2nd and 4, really doing a good job on first downs.
It is 2nd down and 3 in this situation. Big Justin Sambu comes in. Wiley's at one end as well. The Bombers 2nd down and 3. Collaros lines up right under center, calling out signals left and right, and I think we may have a timeout or illegal procedure.
I think it was procedure because they tried to get the Stamps to jump, and they had a couple of guys that quickly went in motion and did a couple of adjustments, but we'll have to get the call here. Oh, they're going to...
Derek Moncrief with the infraction, so Winnipeg gets a first down via penalty.
Well, now Dave Dickinson's having a talk with him and saying, you know, what's all that? He looks pretty livid, too. He's not very happy with that call.
Then Peters shuffle up personnel as Clarence Hicks comes in. On the defensive line, Winnipeg on their 18-yard line. They trail 8-3, Winnipeg ball. Winnipeg has 3 receivers right, barking out signals is Collaros. Bender takes the snap. Gives to Oliveira. He runs left, but then runs into traffic. Not a lot of room there. Roberts was over. Hutchings was over to bring him down. So let's make that about a 2-yard gain, 2nd and 8.
Well, he tried to, Oliveira, again, doing his little stutter step, trying to cut it back. That's what he's so good at. But just keep pursuing to the ball. Get off your tackle, even though the play is going away from you. If it counters back, you're going to be right there to stop the play, and that's what they did on that play.
On the 20-yard line, Winnipeg now 2nd down and 8 yards to go. 1:35 to play in this quarter. Dembski a dangerous target. He goes right. Outside the tackles. Starts in motion to the line. Stampeders send for Collaros back. Collaros rifles over the middle. That ball is intercepted. Webb has it. 25, 20, 15, 10. David Webb.
The Stamps had an umbrella coverage with a little bit of a blitz. 5-man rush. And all the Bombers did is they just all did a stop route. And just perfect by our safety to keep his eyes and step in front of that. Take it for 6, and that huge play for the Stampeders to stop that drive and get 6 out of it.
Listen to this stadium. It's rocking right now. The Stampeders' 2nd interception return of this season. Green had another one. So the Stampeders are up 14-3 as Webb, the big free agent signing from Ottawa, takes the ball and runs it into the end zone as Rennie Paredes is on to boot through the extra point, and the Stampeders are leading by a count of 15-3. Get ready for the roar. The horse is gathering the feet underneath them at the right end. At least the north end of the stadium now makes the left-hand turn. Right-hand turn down the far sidelines. Yeah, lots of great attention from the crowd. A real boisterous crowd, and they've got a lot to be excited about.
Well, just an excellent read by the safety, and it was just playing umbrella coverage and don't get beat deep, but we right away, all the wide receivers of the Bombers recognize that, so they just turned around about 6 yards and letting Collaros trying to pick who he wants to throw the ball to, and he picked a guy, and Webb just stepped in front of it for an easy pick 6.
That 3rd interception of the year thrown by quarterback Zach Collaros. So Calgary Stampeders stake out a very good lead at this stage of the ball game. However, let's not forget who they're playing here.
Yeah, the Bombers know how to come back. They got a good veteran team, and it's not going to phase them, so got to keep doing it, but it Stamps off to a good start.
They sure are. 1 minute and 2 seconds to play in this quarter. The Stampeders 15, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 3. Rennie Paredes, 40-year-old veteran, saunters onto the field. Tee the ball up. Get ready to kick it off.
So far, our special team's been pretty good this year. Got a couple of... Wonyeka, we talk about him. He's done well. He just got a couple of guys that are really... No one really accelerating and getting all kinds, but we're just spreading around those special teams tackles.
That's for sure. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers, of course, as far as their return game is concerned, pretty good. They're number 3 in the league, so let's see how they do here.
Well, they got Trey Babel. He's a real fast guy. He's pretty tall at 6'1". He's only 160 pounds, though, but he's got lightning speed. And rookie out of Minnesota.
Another guy from the Midwest U.S. that they recruit. Sens Stampers have been home a lot. This will be their 3rd home game this season of their first 4 games. They're making the best of this one. Brett is on. The ball is teed up, and he kicks it off downfield. Blue Bombers under it. The ball catches at the 5, at the 10. He's at the 20 in full stride. Shifts left. He's at the 30, then is knocked down. Several Stampeders bring him down at about the 35-yard line as the Stampeders unpile. Off the bottom of the group is Roberts, so nice return.
Good play by Jacob Roberts. He is a very good special teams player. He's got 14 defensive tackles, but he's there to play special teams. But you know what? The Bombers, they pride themselves every year, Mark. They have good special teams. It's almost embedded in their system to be a good special teams team. And so far, the Stampeders are sticking with them. They got to keep it up.
Tights, Roberts, and Moncrief, the Stampeder linebacking trio right now, as they're over the ball. The Blue Bombers are at their 34-yard line. Oliveira to the quarterback's left. Veteran Caleros calls out signals. Play fake, then he keeps it. He heads up the middle. There's a bit of a hole. He gets a couple of yards before he is put on the ground by the Calgary Stampeders, as Stampeders were brought up by Arnold. It's about a 5 or 6 yard gain. That was run all the way.
Claris does a great job on that read pass option, and he really rides the running back a long time. And that time, all the Stampeder defensive players were sucked into that fake, and nobody got Claris. And I think he was going to try and set up for a pass, but saw a big opening, shot up, and got a good 6 yards.
2nd down and 4. Blue Bombers bring in an extra tackle at the right side. Make that the left side. Caleros on 2nd down. Should be the final play of our quarter. Receivers in motion to the line, but Caleros plays it safe, gives to Caleros. There to Oliveira, squeezes through a hole right side, and should have enough for the first down before he is brought down. And we'll sort out the positioning of the ball in just a moment. That's it for the first quarter. The score, the Calgary Stampeders 15 and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 3. Up in a moment, second quarter football action. You're listening to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know, Alberta is a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power onboard. The Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer, and tell them PB sent you.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun!
It's time to Toyota at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant has brand new RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Buy now and get up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, giant trade-in values. Country Hills Toyota will surprise you with how much they'll pay for your vehicle. It's time to Toyota right now at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Thanks for listening. This is number 14, Clark Barnes. Now back to Calgary Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
The Stampeder defense is on the field. We're live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth, brought to you by South Point Toyota at McMahon Stadium. Second quarter action. The Stampeders holding a 15-3 lead, and as they sort out the Cows' antics on the field, Greg, what about the first quarter in statistical form?
Yeah, the Bombers almost double the Stampeders in most categories on offense, but they're down. But first downs, the Bombers 6, Stamps 3 net offense. Bombers 92, Stamps 80. Stamps got that big pass to Barnes that helped that. Offensive plays, Bombers 15 plays, Stamps 8. In the rushing category, Bombers 52, Stamps 14 passing, Bombers 40. Stamps 66, and how about this one, Mark? Time of possession, Bombers almost 10 minutes, and Stampeders about 5 minutes and 23 seconds. So the Bombers with those long drives are beating us in the stats category, but we're beating them where it counts, 15-3 in the score clock.
6 Stampeder takeaway, and they've racked up 20 points on those takeaways. As the Blue Bombers start out at their 47-yard line, it's first down and 10. Calero starts out. He gives to Oliveira, finds a hole up the middle, but the Stampeders seal it really quickly and drive him right back. Flo Ormelad was over along with Derek Moncrief, and they hold him to maybe a 2-yard gain.
Yeah, this time they didn't get, the Bombers didn't get that big up-foot push that you always see that big Bomber O-line get. That time a little bit stationary there, and the linebackers came in, and good job that time by the Stampeder defense.
Second down and 9 for the Blue Bombers. They fan out of the huddle. Veteran Calero spying that Stampeder defense. Play clock says 3. Play clock says 1. He takes the snap. It is dropped. Standing, throws to his check down man. That's caught out of the backfield. Oliveira has the ball, gets up to 50 to the 52, and the Stampeders track him down on the wide side. Micah Tights charging over, hustling over to make the tackle, and the Blue Bombers are 2 and out.
Well, just like you spy a quarterback, Mark, when you got a great quarterback such as Vernon Adams, when you got Brady Oliveira, you got to spy him because he likes to act like he's going to block, sneak out, and that was a dump pass to him all the way. Stampeders right on it to bring him down.
The Blue Bombers will kick. James Sheehan, another one of the Australian parade of kickers in the CFL. He is on. Benjamin's going to return. This ball is kicked, end over end kick. Benjamin will track to his right, catch inside the 10, herky jerk move, and then is met right away. Tried to make a move, the Blue Bombers weren't biting on it, and he's knocked down at the 10-yard line. The score, the Calgary Stampeders 15, Winnipeg 3. The Stampeders offense will be on the field. You're listening to Stampeder Football, racking up another great season of football, something we've been doing for over 3 decades. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Your Cooperator's Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperator's Advisor? Give Alan Ducharme from Ducharme Insurance and Investments a call at 403-221-7237 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
As a business, you rely on advertising. Buying media is a partnership. When did a tech billionaire buy a product from you or support your community? Ask how business is going. The advertising landscape in Canada is in crisis. Instead of supporting Canadian companies and jobs, Canada's ad market is dominated by foreign tech platforms that spread misinformation, hate, and foreign interference. Keep ad dollars at home on radio, TV stations, websites, streaming, and news services that are Canadian-owned. Buy Canadian. A message from QR Calgary.
Thanks for listening. This is Dave Dickinson. Now back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
And now back to the Stampeders offense on the 12-yard line. They lead 15-3. They break the huddle. 4 receivers flood the far wide side of the field. Egret Mills in the backfield for the Stampeders. Adams, false count, and the flags are thrown. I don't know if somebody jumped.
Oh, we had on the right side, our tackle jumped, but it looked to me first like the Bombers encroached on that 1 yard. Well, let's see how the referees straighten this one out. But
in the meantime, let's check in with Dave McIver at field level.
Yeah, guys, just watching Clark Barnes here. They continue to work on him. The shoe is off on the right foot now, which usually isn't a good sign in my experience. We'll see how it moves going forward here.
Yikes. Had a touchdown, then hasn't played. So it's a 5-yard pickup for the Stampeders. It's first down and 5. Again, Adams works from the gun. Mills by his side. Adams is back, dancing in the pocket, comes towards the line of scrimmage, pitches downfield, caught by Alford. He's at the 25, then wrestled out of bounds at about the 28-yard line. But that's a first down for the rookie as he's dragged out of bounds by Bridges, the corner. Nice grab.
Well, when Adams, he scrambles into the pocket, Damian Arnold did a good thing as a rookie. He comes back to the football, help your quarterback out in the scramble, came back and caught it and picked up the first down. Good play by the veteran quarterback and the rookie, Damian Alford.
And he's going to see more time if Clark Barnes remains on the sidelines. Stampeders first down and 10 at the 28-yard line. Here they go. Dominique Rhymes goes right. Alford outside of him to the far side of the field. Winnipeg shows blitz. Deep handoff out of the backfield for Mills. He gets the line of scrimmage, drags a tackler to about the 35-yard line. When they unpile, the big veteran, Jake Thomas, was on top of him, but it's about a 7-yard gain.
Well, good job by our offensive line. Just latch onto a guy and not give ground. Don't get backed up. Get pushed back by that big D line of the Bombers, and just let Mills find a little bit of a hole, and did a good job. Picked up 7 on that first down carry.
They're at the 35. We played 3 minutes and 17 seconds of this quarter. 15-3 Stampeders. Stampeders load up that line of scrimmage as ball's taken. Deep handoff out of the backfield by Mills. Hits the line of scrimmage, spins, drives, pushes, and finds the goal just a little tough as the Blue Bombers pushed him back on the wide side. I'm going to say he's short when they unpile.
I think he's short by about a yard, Mark. That time they're going to bring in some big guys. I would think Dave Dickinson just looking now saying, give me where the spot is, Mr. Referee, so I can know who to bring in. Bringing in a couple big wide receivers, so they're definitely going for it. But that time, deep handoff in the backfield, and Mills really didn't have much, and he just had to push forward a little bit.
Quincy Vaughn, the big quarterback, receiver, whatever exactly he is, he's in the game. He does a little of everything. So he's a short yardage guy. It is close to a full yard, so it's not a gimme. He's under center, takes the ball, pushes right. Shane Goche, the linebacker, is there, pushes back, and let's await a spot.
The linebacker timed it perfectly, Mark, and because our quarterback, Vaughn, he kind of hesitated, and while he's hesitating, we had a guy just push forward. So, yeah, he's going to give it to him, Mark, but that was close. That was a great play by the middle linebacker on a short yardage carry.
Yeah, it was by a hair, I think. All right, the Stampeders, new downs at the 40-yard line. They lead 15-3. Really glad you're with us. Great raucous atmosphere here at McMahon Stadium today. The Calgary Stampede opens up tomorrow. Parade tomorrow morning. Just a great vibe everywhere. Mills is in the backfield to the left of quarterback Vernon Adams. Now Longley comes down to act as a tight end left. The give is to Mills. He dances in the backfield, but the Blue Bombers read his moves very easily. Wilson, the linebacker, first over, so it's really no gain, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, again, these late hitting deep handoffs, and the Bombers' defensive line are really getting upfield, so sometimes you might want to just try a quick hitter, but I think the Stampeders are probably going to have to put the ball in the air 2nd and long.
Brooks is in the game as a receiver as William Longley, the veteran fullback, comes to the sidelines. Clock runs, 9:27 to play in the first half, 15-3 for the Calgary Stampeders. Rhymes goes right. He's in the slot that way. Outside of him is Jones. Full blitz is on. Adams is back. Feathers a pass down the far sidelines. Looking for Jones. He goes up. Twists in the air. Pulls it in. Pushed out of bounds at the Winnipeg 45-yard line. What a superb grab. Great body control. The Stampeders read that play and pick up huge yardage.
Well, a little bit of a risky pass because the Bombers came on the all-out blitz, and they got to Vernon Adams right away, so he just chucked it, Mark. He just chucked it, hoping that something good would happen, knowing that Jones was running a streak route, and Jones just came back to the football, and huge play. Those type of plays win you football games.
29-yard pickup to the 43 of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. 8:56 remaining. Stampeders are on the march. They have 4 receivers, 2 either way. But this time they'll keep it on the ground. Mills breaks 1 tackle, gets 40 down to the 36-yard line. Boot top tackle, knocked down by Jefferson in the end, but he falls forward, and I think gains 8.
Yeah, well, they had a tight end kind of lined up slot back. He ran into the flat, and that took the linebacker into the flat, so had a little bit of a hole there. So all they had to do was kick out the end and seal down, and a pretty good hole. That's what you want, 2nd down and 3 yards to go.
At the 37, that's where the Stampeders are. It's 2nd down and 4. Vernon Adams working, looking over that Winnipeg defense. Bombers again on the blitz. Again, the give is Mills, slashes through hole left side. down to the 18-yard line. Huge pickup. The Stampeders picked it up, and another big gain for Diedrich Mills.
What a great run and super blocking, because that time the Bombers again came on the blitz. But our offensive line just got up and found a little hole there. Stamps going hurry up offense.
At the 16, trying to put the Bombers back on their heel. They're at the Winnipeg 16. Left side hash marks are where the ball is. There is pre-snap motion. There's 1, 2, 3 flags on the field, and let's get the call.
Oh, Josh Coker. They tried to have the Bombers come offside, and Coker snapped offside, so it's definitely on the Stampeders. I think he just didn't know that it was kind of a hard count. Oh, I'm wrong on that. Because they had Josh Coker just popped out of his stance, but I think maybe what they're saying is the Bombers came up first.
Granby, the linebacker, he's a guy that's worked his way up the roster to being a starting linebacker, but now 1st and 5 Stampeders. They're at the Blue Bomber 11-yard line. Damian Alford, the rookie, goes wide right for the Stampeders. False count as Adams comes up to the line, checks off. Goes through a new play. Play clock is at 3. Play clock is at 1. He takes the ball. Play fake, turns, pitches on a slant, and it's in and out of the hands. Down by the goal line. Try to set up Jalen Philpott, incomplete. He just couldn't squeeze it at the 3.
Well, he was wide open, too. It was thrown a little bit behind Philpott. He was just standing there waiting for it. He had to reach back kind of on his hip, and he just couldn't. Probably a ball he should have caught, Mark, but good read by Vernon Adams. Not the greatest throw, but should have been caught.
Second down at 5, 7:14 to play in the first half. Stampeders leading 15-3 and driving for more. They are 2nd and 5. Rookie Fortani is over the ball. Back to Adams. Adams dancing in the pocket, has time, throws a long crossing route. That ball is caught by Alford at the 5, angles towards the end zone. He's in the end zone. Touchdown, Stampeders.
Damian Alford gets his first touchdown of his pro career. He came all the way across the field from the other side, and Vernon Adams just stood in the pocket, waited through it. Again, it was a little bit of a low throw, had to catch it down on his hip, but he turned on that 4.4 speed around the corner and got into the end zone, and good on the rookie.
And he hits the end zone for his first touchdown, the Stampeders' second touchdown pass of the evening. And they're moving ahead of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, 21-3, pending this extra point. Stampeders' drive is completed with the touchdown and the extra point by Rennie Paredes. All right, the score, the Calgary Stampeders 22, Winnipeg 3 as that horse gets ready to race down the east side. This is second quarter CFL action on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's time to Toyota, under the tower at South Point Toyota. Hurry into South Point Toyota right now and discover why they're Calgary's #1 volume Toyota dealer. With brand new Toyota RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Huge trade-in values. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, get up to $2,000 in free accessories with your purchase. It's time to Toyota, under the tower at South Point Toyota.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
Hi, this is Jalen Philpott. Your Stampeders play here on QR Calgary.
They certainly do as they lead the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 22-3, 6:38 remaining in this, the first half of our ball game. 2 touchdown passes by Vernon Adams. This is a tidy bit of work for him. 6 of 8, 117 yards. Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's a great drive. 12-play drive. That's a long, good, solid drive by some good heads-up play and good running, and one of the better drives this year by the Stamps.
Welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR. Randy Paredes kicks this ball up. The Blue Bombers return from the 30-yard line up to the 40-yard line before Vidal is knocked down there. Bailey Scott Devine is over. So is Anthony Federico. All right, we'll go to break. The Stampeders will send their defense on the field. The score, the Calgary Stampeders 22, Winnipeg 3. This is Calgary Stampeder Football with the voice of the red and white, QR Calgary, 770 CHQR.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Hi, this is Jalen Philpott. Your Stampeders play here on QR Calgary.
You're listening to QR Calgary, 107.3 The Edge, and let's hear from Dave McIver at field level.
Big first CFL touchdown for Damian Alford. Here's the thing now, guys. He's got a decision to make because he can keep that ball, but it's got a pretty expensive microchip in it. Just talking to Jean Lefebvre, sometimes after they see how expensive those things are, guys decide, maybe I'll remember my first touchdown another way. So decision time for rookie receiver Damian Alford.
How about compromise? Take off the chip. Give it to the commissioner who's here and keep the football. Pretty obvious.
Well,
no.
I had many footballs. I thought you just got to keep them.
Yeah, but that was in the 80s when they didn't have technology like they do now.
Footballs weren't as good, eh?
No, the chips weren't on the balls. Winnipeg, 1st and 10 at their 42-yard line. Suddenly, they're playing from 19 points behind. Caleros is back. Swing pass in the left flat. That's caught by Starnes. He tries to get outside. The Stampeders string him out and bring him down. That was Derek Moncrief all the way. And the Bombers, well, I'd say it's no gain.
Yeah, they tried to bring a guy across the formation, just throw him in the flat on a quick one and trying to have him get his speed and get up the field. But that was that Webb, just a good play by our safety.
Moncrief.
Sorry for our Sam linebacker to make a good sure tackle for a 2-yard loss.
It's a 2-yard loss. You got it. 2nd down and 12. Here come the Blue Bombers. They send Dembski, Stearns, and Wheatfold to the wide right side of the field. Calling out signals, the great veteran Caleros. Stampeders put 5 up on the line. Outside blitz is coming. Caleros back. Pocket hold, dancing. Rifle to strike downfield. Reaching up, making the catch at the 45-yard line. Then knocked down right away by Webb. But a nice grab on the play by the Blue Bombers, but they are way short of the first down.
Yeah, Calgary. That's
Moncrief on the tackle.
Moncrief. So they just played umbrella, say, go ahead, Zach, throw it underneath. We'll come up and make the tackle. And Zach did what the Stampeders wanted, but Zach Clare's not willing to throw it deep to the Stampeders, possibility interception.
Quick 2 and out. We fall on the tackle, or the catch at least. Shahan's on to punt the ball away, gets it away. Fluttering in kick that's caught across the 15. Benjamin ahead at the 20, and then is tackled at the 25-yard line as the Blue Bombers special teamers are out. So the Stampeders get their mitts on the football one more time. And they're leading by 19, 5:07 remaining. They're at the 26-yard line, their own 26-yard line.
Well, they've done a good job on the offense to come up with the big plays. I'm thinking of the touchdown by Barnes. He was covered, and he came back, and then the other one that by Jones to come back. And so our receivers are making the catches when they need to keep the sticks alive.
Vernon Adams, 6 of 8, 117 yards, leads the Stampeders out. Jones going wide left. He has one of those touchdowns as Adams calls out signals. Adams takes the ball. Looks left. Throws left. Caught by Mills out of the backfield. He gets to the 30, but the Bombers track him down. Hold him to very little gain. Jones, the middle linebacker, is there. gain of maybe 5 on the play.
Yeah, pretty good creative play. You kind of fake a screen. A guy comes across the formation to your right, and you fake a little swing past him and come back with the screen to the left side. And I thought that time that Dietrich had some running room, but just good pursuit to the football by the Bombers.
Clock is running. 4 minutes, 20 seconds to play in the first half. Stampeders leading 22-3. Empty backfield. Longley out of the backfield as a receiver. Now Mills moves back into the backfield to help block. Snap taken. On the ground, though, to Mills. He bursts up the middle across the 35, falls forward, and I think has the first down. The Blue Bombers knocked him down, but he has enough for the first down as the middle linebacker Jones got his hand out, but it is first down.
That good solid blocking up front, Mark. Our O-line doing a pretty good job right now on the blocking and the run game, and Mills just shooting right through. Didn't hesitate at all. No. He runs totally different than Brady Oliveira. He just goes at it, where Brady tries to shuffle his feet a little bit.
First down and 10. Stampeders at the 37-yard line. Balance set. 3 receivers to either side as Adams takes the ball. Short drop. Throws on a slant. Caught across the 40-yard line as it's pulled in by the Stampeders. Brooks makes the catch, and it's knocked down immediately. It's a short gain to maybe 5, 2nd and 5.
Yeah, 3 receivers to the wide side, to the right side, and they all go and just do stop routes, and you let Vernon Adams kind of scan which way Manny's going to throw to and just go to the open guy. If you're in a zone, you can't cover all of them, and you can make a little pitch and catch. You've got a good 5 yards.
Coming up on the 3-minute warning, the Stampeders are 2nd and 5 at the 42. 4 receivers left. Adams spies the defense. He takes the ball in a deep drop. Now launches a deep ball over the middle, looking for Philpott. Caught at the Winnipeg 40, at the 30, 25, cut it inside of the 20, 15, cut it inside, at the 10, at the 5, he's up in it at the 3. His legs were cut out from under him, but what a superb grab, superb run. The Stampeders are knocking on Winnipeg's doorstep again.
Well, they saw something in film, Mark, because they're bringing wide receivers across from the other side. And that time, that Philpott, just like Damian Alford did, he came from the the other side. Nobody covered him, and good blocking up front, and just a pitch and a catch. Great play by Philpott.
The Stampeders 22, the Blue Bombers 3. Stay tuned for the final minutes of the second quarter. You're listening to Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun! Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyric or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyric Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
Goal to go as the Stampeders offense is on the field. They lead 22-3 and can add more right here with 2:39 remaining in the quarter. It's been a dominant performance by Vernon Adams, 9 of 11, 193 yards and 2 touchdown passes. Adams is in the gun. Mills with him in the backfield. Now Longley moves to block as a tight end right. Adams has the ball. He will pass. He pitches in the end zone. Passes. That ball was broken up. He was trying to hit Jalen Philpott, but that was broken up by Bonds, or at least holding the linebacker. 2nd and 2.
Well, they shot Mills into the flat mark and tried to run just a slant and behind it, but now they should maybe just pound it in here. You got 3 to go. Now you only got 2, so you don't want to see what happened last game where they gave it up on the 1-yard line.
Second down and 2 for the Calgary Stampeders at the Winnipeg 2. It is goal to go. Eric Mills from Waycross, Georgia, crouches in the backfield behind Vernon Adams. And he will get the call. Runs up the middle, puts his head, rides into the end zone. Touchdown! Calgary Stampeders!
Well, they just manned it up. They almost telegraphed that's what we're going to do. And they brought Jones into block from the wide receiver position. And just good job by Mills. He's running low and hard and just hitting the hole really well, Mark. So a great play by Dietrich Mills that time.
Well, this I didn't see. The Stampeders are leading 28-3 over Winnipeg late in the opening half of the ball game as that horse stands at attention at the north end zone by the patio. Rennie Paredes is on for the extra point. And he kicks that one through. And now the best celebration of any professional sports team is about to take place. The Calgary Stampeder horse turns the corner, turns right, and now races down that east sideline. Stampeders on top, 29-3. Greg, I love where the Stampeders are. It's been a fabulous half. But please, let's not forget whom they are playing.
Yeah, they're playing a veteran-laden team that can come back, but this is one of the best halves football I've seen. Still not over, 2:14 left in a long, long time with the Stampeder team. But like you said, the Bombers can come back, and the Stampeders made a couple big plays, but they got the momentum right now.
They have all the momentum right
team. But like you said, the Bombers can come back, and the Stampeders made a couple big plays, but they got the momentum right now.
They have all the momentum right now, but we are coming up to the half. 2:14 remaining. Stampeders on touchdowns by Clark Barnes, an interception by Webb, the rookie Damian Alford, and a 2-yard run by Dietrich Mills.
Well, I maintain right now, Mark, if you're the Bombers and you say, let's just get some points going into the second half, get some momentum, Stampeders, otherwise they can hold them to this. This is the best half they've definitely had this year.
No question as Rennie Paredes kicks the ball off. It'll be returned by Vaval inside the 15 on the far side. He's at the 20, cuts right at the 30, and then a group of Stampeders are there to drive him back, led by Bailey Scott Devine is in there. And Winnipeg, with 2 minutes and 8 seconds remaining, will start out around their 30-yard line, 31 to be specific.
Well, the Bombers' whole offensive strategy now has to change. They're behind by a big score, and they can't just pound Oliveira at you anymore with the big old line. They have to start doing a little bit more creative things and chucking it up a little bit and trying to get more yards.
We got carried away, didn't get a chance to tell you that Philpott catch and run was 66 yards. That's impressive. Here come the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They are out on first down. Dump pass to the right flat. That's got to the backfield by Oliveira. Gets a few yards, but after a couple of strides, he's knocked down by Roberts after about a gain of 6 or 7. And it'll be second down, Winnipeg.
Well, good hustle by Roberts, a 6 feet, 228-pounder, little screen pass, and still got 5 yards. But you got to run to the football, and he brought Oliveira down all by himself. Usually it takes 2-3 guys in the open field.
Roberts has 3 tackles in this game. And we're only at late first half. Great crowd, great atmosphere here today at the 37-yard line. Second down and 5 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. We're under 2 minutes remaining. Blue Bombers have receivers in motion to the line. Valeros has the ball, rolls right, flips it downfield for Sean, and too far, a stride too far at the 40-yard line of the Stampeders, but he thought he could lead them and extend them. Just didn't work, and the Bombers kick it away again.
Well, now they're out of their rhythm. Now they're not doing what they like to do, and that's pound the ball. Both times on first down, they put it up in the air, and good that time, Tyler Richardson, pretty post-corner little fake, but he was right underneath the guy and just a little bit of an overthrow.
So here comes the Calgary Stampeder punt return unit on the field. Benjamin is going to return. Sheehan punts it away. It's kind of a sidewinder kick. Goes to the far open side of the field. Bounces. Picked up on a hop inside the 20 by Benjamin. Spins. A couple of flags have been thrown. He goes down at about the 27-yard line.
Hallett on the tackle, and Cadwallader, one of their top special teamers, but we'll find out the penalties.
Cadwallader, he's one of the best special teams cover guys in the whole league. He leads the CFL in special teams tackles with 8, and that guy's just a menace down there, but usually when you get flags, it means it's... Well, that's going to pin the Stamps back with the 1:30 left. What you don't want to do is give up the ball. You want to eat up the 1:30, so just get a couple first downs and get out of this half. But you don't want to punt it. You're going to give the Bombers that chance with that short field to get some points.
Kalon Thomas picks up the infraction. That's only the Stampeders' 4th special teams penalty of the year.
Well, Sheehan loves to spray the ball all over the place, and pretty good strategy, though, that time. Hard to get a return when they kick the ball like that.
Penalty backs it up to the 13-yard line. Tevin Jones goes right for the Calgary Stampeders. Now comes to the wide side in motion. Give on a counter to Mills. He gets across the 15 up to the 19. Put down by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Lost in the end. After about a 6, maybe 7-yard gain.
Good gain, Mark. Good hard running. Mills, he's getting first contact and just staying low and just keeping those feet driving, hitting the guy going pad to pad and shoulder pad to shoulder pad and getting another 3-4 yards after first contact. So got a good 6-yard gain.
Second down and 4 for the Calgary Stampeders, who hold a 29-3 lead. Philpott, Alford, and Rhymes, big targets to the wide left side. Adams takes the ball, play fake, throws a quick slant for Jones, incomplete. He was slanting in from the far side. Greg, I don't think that, I'm not trying to excuse Jones, but I think there was not a lot of touch on that throw
not
either.
much, just to fire the ball. But Jones, that time, our quarterback, Vernon Adams, just threw it way too quick. He's trying to ride and keep the linebacker up and then throw it in behind the linebacker, but felt the pressure and just rushed the throw and threw a dart at the knee pad. So Stampeders still got a minute 4 of work here to do to get out of this half without giving up any points.
That's it, the punter on, as Messine was a late scratch before the game. Be kicking into that wind. The ball is the returner. High snap, pulled down and kicked away. A towering kick, not a lot of distance, but a huge high kick caught across the Winnipeg 50 by Vival. Goes left, gets across midfield, knocked out of bounds at about the Stampeder 45-yard line. However, there is a marker on the field.
Well, I think Joey Kokorin of the Bombers is going to get a hold or a clip call. So Stampeders, what we didn't want to happen is to get that good field position, but this is going to push it back. Stampeders catching a break. Otherwise, the Bombers had 53 seconds with a pretty good field position, get 3 at least out of it, and that's what the Bombers like to do, go for that field position. And Stampeders couldn't get the first down that time, but the referees now, lots of talking going on.
It's possible there's a couple of infractions.
I think there was 2, 3, but what I saw was a definite clip.
Stampeders led 15-3 after 1. They're leading 29-3 right now, late in the first half.
Well, you're right, though, Mark. You just can't. This Bomber team have lots of veteran guys. They just know how to win in the fourth quarter. That's what they've been doing as we now have the referees finally breaking their huddle, and we'll see what they have to say. Two holding penalties. So this is going to push them way back, Mark. So
second holding penalty is by rule declines. First down for Winnipeg.
Oh, my goodness. Back to the 42-yard line.
And the Bombers' special teams are known as the best in the league. They just always do so well. But, yep, they're getting a lot of penalties. That's about the 4th penalty on special teams they've got.
They're at the 42-yard line. First down and 10. 53 seconds to play in this half. Winnipeg Blue Bombers, Zach Collaros, 13-year veteran at the controls, and he'll go to the air. He is back, looks left, fires a strike down the far sidelines, one-on-one battle, and it's incomplete on the far side. Trying to set up. He'd fall on the far side. It's incomplete. Some good close coverage by the Stampeders, and it's second down.
Yeah, good close coverage is right. Our secondary right on their guys all the way, and Claire's trying to rifle or dime in there, but pretty good job, Adrian Green and Tyler Richardson again at that corner position. He's been right with this guy.
Yeah, he's going to get tested a lot.
Well, and the Bombers are doing what they don't like to do, and that's they want to pound it at you, and now they can't do that. They're down, and they're not liking it.
Nope, second down and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers at the 42-yard line. Oliver to the right of the quarterback, but this is a passing down. Stampeders send 4. There's his back, dumps out of the backfield. The ball is caught down the sidelines, knocked out of bounds by Dalton Schoen as he reached back, has a first down.
Dalton Schoen's a big guy at 6'1", 204. He's got 13 catches and came across the formation, kind of just went into the flat there. A good solid throw. Really, Collaros' best throw of the game.
Yeah, they say he stepped out. He's down the far sidelines. He stepped out of bounds at the midfield marker. That's where the ball is, on the left side hash marks.
Well, critical plays coming up because they're not in field goal range yet, but they get about 10 yards and they will be.
First and 10 at the 55-yard line. Receivers in motion wide side. He is back. Collaros pitches left. The ball is caught on a crossing route, pulled in at about the Stampeder 40-yard line by Schoen. Several Stampeders bring him down, including Roberts. But now the Blue Bombers move to field goal.
Now they're in field goal range. A pretty good run. It looked like he was going to run a curl, and he kind of slid to the outside. A perfect throw by Collaros.
Four-man front for the Stampeders. Bombers go, hurry up. Collaros back, pitching to the near side. That ball is caught, almost intercepted, but pulled in by Brdcst, and it's close to a first down at about the 31. Let's await the spot.
Adrian Green was right on it. He could have really had pick six that way. He had his salivating seeing that pass, and he went for it, and he just missed it. Otherwise, he could have picked up his third interception of the year.
So Winnipeg, they spot it.
Now you're just saying 31. If you're a Stampeder, they're going to kick a field goal. We can't give them a TD.
5 receivers out. Linebacker blitz coming by the Stampeders. Collaros, quick throw to the near side. That ball is caught, then thrown out of bounds very quickly as Brdcst. And that's a gain of about 9, close to a first down.
Collaros showing his accuracy. He's hitting his guys, just scanning the field and seeing where that open guy is. Stamps came on the blitz that time, and he went to the open field, the one guy that was open.
He is 13 of 16, Collaros, so he's having a strong game as well. 21 seconds remaining, 2nd and 1 Winnipeg at the Stampeder 21-yard line. Collaros is going to pass on 2nd down, pitches downfield. That ball is caught, making the grab at the 15-yard line.
Well,
Micah Tights pulls down.
Well, this could be one of the biggest plays of the game. You stop him here, make him kick 3, and you go away. But if they score a touchdown here, they got all the momentum then going into that second half.
1st and 10 at the 13 again. Winnipeg moving quickly. Back is the quarterback. Collaros pitching back corner of the end zone. That ball is caught, but I think he was out of bounds. Schoen was out of bounds at the back corner of the end zone. Over to make the play. Green was right on him as they knock him out.
They're
2nd down and 10 on the 13.
What are the Bombers going to do? I thought they'd take the 3 points, but I don't see the field goal unit coming on. They're going to gamble right here and try and get back in the game.
Green with some close coverage. Grant was over there as well. Well, there's 7 seconds remaining. 2nd and 10. This is a big gamble, I got to say, by the Blue Bombers. Remember, it is 2nd and 10.
Yeah, 29-10 looks a lot different than 29-3. One of the big plays right here coming down.
Crowd is exhorting the Stampeder defense here. This is a big play. Oliveira's in the backfield, and he'll go to the air. Collaros is back, standing. There's room. He pulls it down. Now pitches when the pass, throws in the end zone, and overthrows the intended target. Trying to set up his receiver. Incomplete.
Well, I thought now they're going to try. Now they're going to just go for the 3, but 7 seconds not ticking off the clock. Usually a play does at least 10.
It was dangerous, I got to say, so the Blue Bombers may get a field goal out of this.
Well, they should. It should be automatic. You got one of the best kickers for accuracy, Sergio Castillo in the CFL. This should be automatic, but still pretty good half of football.
Here's the field goal try from 21. The ball is down. The ball is kicked, and with no questions asked, the ball splits the upright. So the Stampeders go to the dressing room with an impressive lead as a count of 29-6. And here's the meeting of the 2 Daves on the 30-yard line. Go ahead, Dave McIver.
Yeah, here with head coach Dave Dickinson. 29-6, coach. Obviously a pretty good start there to the first half.
No, guys, they're playing well. We know they're gonna come at us in the second half, but hey, right now we're a buzzsaw. Let's keep it going.
I know you didn't want to give up any points there, but how important was it for you to just give up 3 on that last drive?
Yeah, the offense, we had to keep that clock running, and then our defense did hold, which is good.
Awesome.
Thank you.
A tremendous half of football. The Stampeders running to the dressing room. The scoreboard shows the Stampeders 29 and the Blue Bombers 6. That's your second quarter, and this is your radio home for football, QR Calgary.
It's time to Toyota at the Giant Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant has brand new RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Buy now and get up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, giant trade-in values. Country Hills Toyota will surprise you with how much they'll pay for your vehicle. It's time to Toyota right now at the Giant Country Hills Toyota.
Your cooperator's advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local cooperator's advisor? Give Alan Ducharme from Ducharme Insurance and Investments a call at 403-221-7237 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon per minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
We're halfway done the game, but plenty more action is to come on your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeders football.
But first, QR Calgary is your halftime haven as we break down what's taken place and predict what will happen next.
It's the Stampeders Halftime Show with Jock Wilson and Dave McIver on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
A very impressive first half for Vernon Adams and the Calgary Stampeders as they score on their opening possession. 6 plays, 87 yards. Vernon Adams goes over 17,000 yards on the drive, and his first touchdown pass of the season into the hands of Clark Barnes.
Blitz is on. Back is Adams. Standing, waiting, has time. Airs it out deep. Looking for a target. Barnes inside the 10. Goes up, makes the catch. Carries it back into the end zone. Touchdown! Stampeders! Clark Barnes!
Yes, Clark Barnes in the end zone. A 43-yard touchdown catch. And let me tell you, the only negative in the first half, Clark Barnes goes down with an ankle injury after that catch. He has not returned to this football game. The scoring wasn't done in the first quarter because a mistake from Zach Collaros. Damon Webb capitalizes, and he takes it to the house on a pick 6.
Collaros rifles over the middle. That ball is intercepted. Webb has it. 25, 20, 15, 10.
Yes, Damon Webb, a 30-yard pick 6, 15-3 Calgary as the first quarter was in the books. But the Calgary Stampeders don't stop there. Early in the second quarter, the very first CFL catch and touchdown for Damian Alford. Damian Alford, the #1 pick overall in the 2025 draft, and he converts on an 11-yard pickup.
Adams dancing in the pocket, has time, throws a long crossing route. That ball is caught by Alford at the 5, angles towards the end zone. He's in the end zone. Touchdown! Stampeders, Damian Alford.
The Stampeders added a 2-yard touchdown run from Dietrich Mills, his 5th touchdown of the season. And the Calgary Stampeders have a convincing 29-6 lead at the half. As Brett Michaels is rocking the house here at McMahon Stadium, it is the Stampede Bowl. Quick look at the stats for the Calgary Stampeders. Vernon Adams completes 9 of 13 for 193, 2 touchdown passes. The top running back for the Stampeders, Dietrich Mills, 10 carries, 55 yards, and the touchdown. The top receiver in the game, call it Jalen Philpott. He only had the 1 catch, but it was for 66 yards. Zach Collaros, a very, very impressive half as well, except for the 1 blemish, the interception. 14 of 19 for 109 yards. Brady Oliveira, 9 carries for 45 yards. And that is where we stand after 30 minutes of football. When we come back on the halftime show, brought to you by Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak, proudly supporting our community and the Stampeders since 1946. We're going to be joined by a very special guest. No, not Brett Michaels. because he's rocking the house here with his poison hits. We are going to talk to the commissioner of the Canadian Football League. Stuart Johnson joins us right after the break. Keep it locked right here on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment radio stations. Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play, QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
And welcome back to the home of the Calgary Stampeders. Welcome back to the Stampede Bowl. Welcome back to McMahon Stadium. The Calgary Stampeders with an impressive 30 minutes of football. It's only 30 minutes, but the Calgary Stampeders have a 29-6 lead over the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. As Brett Michaels rocks the house here at McMahon Stadium, we are joined by a very special guest in the Billy Powers broadcast booth, the 15th Commissioner of the Canadian Football League, Stuart Johnston, joining us here tonight. Stuart, welcome to Calgary. I know it's not your first visit to Calgary, but it's your first, I think it's your first visit as Commissioner, isn't it?
It is indeed, and what a night I chose to come.
Yes,
it's
true.
Pretty incredible.
It truly is, and I'm sure in all of your time with TSN and in this great country of ours, how many times have you visited the Calgary Stampede?
I am embarrassed to say.
Come on.
That the last time I came to the Stampede, I was 9 years old.
Come on.
That is correct. It's because the Stampede falls at this time of year, there is a ton of sport that usually clashes in with it. So I'm usually all over the country or all over the world at this time. And so I am so excited. I brought my wife and my daughter to come with me. Their first time at the Stampede. We're going rodeo and chuck wagon tomorrow. Cannot wait.
Does 9-year-old Stuart Johnson remember his visit to the Stampede?
I do. I remember it was beautiful weather. I can recall that. I'm amazed by what I was seeing. And it was the rodeo clowns that were the most distinct memory for me. We'll see if that replays again tomorrow.
I was thinking maybe it was the junk food down in the grounds, or maybe the rides, because it's all part of the package.
That's true.
Speaking of the package, that's what the Calgary Stampeders and Jay McNeil have done here. And Amar Doman does such a great job in Vancouver, with the concert series. But I think this is a great model for your league. Build an event around a regular season game. Your thoughts?
Couldn't agree more. And I think the key word you just said was event. Make it an event. We only have 9 home dates in the regular season. That scarcity of product allows our clubs to create 9 events, or even it's 1, 2, or 3 really special events. Amar has definitely done that with opener in BC. We know what Winnipeg and Saskatchewan do around Labor Day back and forth. Those are events. We know even in Toronto, something very similar to this, not quite to the scale, but they tie their Canadian National Exhibition game in the end of August into that fair and that event. So really create excitement, partnerships, and make it something special like this. It's incredible.
Yeah, no, I would agree, because there was a buzz around this game, and whether it was Brett Michaels, whether it was the trophy that was unveiled, a very pretty trophy, with the same people that did the Four Nations trophy, and there was just some excitement, and so we haven't seen that, around the Stamps for the last little while.
Well, I'll tell you this story. I got announced as the next commissioner in very early April. I wasn't starting till late April because I was finishing up another job. And in between the announcement and me starting, Jay reached out and said, we're unveiling this Stampede Bowl. Would you do a video that we could, play to media and to sponsors? And I said, well, tell me more about it. And he explained what they were trying. I said, Jay, that's exactly why I want to come to the CFL. I believe we have the opportunity to create so much more entertainment with our game and create buzz that you haven't heard maybe in these parts in a long time. So I think that credit to the Stampeders organization, Calgary Sports and Entertainment, what they decided we're going to invest in this. Brett Michaels is putting on the show. He asked me to back up sing, but I said I wanted to come do this interview. But it is nothing but a good time. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, you know what? If it attracts the fringe fan, I'm all for it, and I know some of the detractors will say, well, people come and see Snoop Dogg, they don't stay for the game. But even if a few people stay for the game and then they get hooked for the game, that's all part of the formula.
Look, I come from a media background, and subscription is a big part of TSN, as an example. Right? When TSN would have a big event on, like the World Cup, we'd get a whole bunch of people subscribe for a month, and then a whole bunch of people churn out after the tournament's over. But every single time, less churned out than came in to begin with. And I think that's exactly what you're saying. Right. If you've got 10,000 people who came because of Snoop and 5,000 stay, guess what? That's 5,000 who are experiencing CFL maybe for the first time. And when they experience it, I truly believe they're going to fall in love.
I've got to ask you this question because I've been asked so many times on my own sports talk show. And Luke Wilson, love him, hate him, embrace him. You're formerly with TSN. He's part of the Friday Night Football package now. He's got people talking about the Canadian Football League. Does it make you cringe at times, or do you love it?
So let me begin by saying Luke and I go back a long time, and I watched him evolve from a really fresh, young, but maybe unpolished voice on NFL analysis on TSN into, I think, one of the best NFL commentators in North America. He's that good. And he has a certain way of speaking. He has a certain way he can give you really deep analysis, but with layman's terms and a fan's passion. And I couldn't wait to see what he would do on Friday Night Football with TSN, with the CFL. And he hasn't disappointed in terms of giving us fresh takes and that sort of thing. I love anyone who says, I've got ideas. I want to talk about, here's some things that I think we can do, tweaks we can make to make our game better. And I have no problem. We all have to have thick skins. We all have to say, look, if someone wants to say this wasn't great, we have to let's understand why. Where are they coming from? We can't just react with full-blown negativity. Let's understand and have that debate. I love the conversation. The cringe comes with two words, hot garbage. Those are cringe words. And I think that probably caused a lot of this reaction. I think what he was saying is, look, despite a very exciting finish to that game, it was, maybe sloppily played throughout. I would prefer he didn't use those words.
Right.
But I have no problem with him giving an opinion and generating conversation.
Excellent answer. He is Stuart Johnson. He is the 15th commissioner of the Canadian Football League. When you were introduced as the commish, you basically said you were going to do a tour, and before you do anything rash or brash or bold, how has the tour gone, and what is your early impressions?
Oh, the tour's been amazing. So I actually circled this game as the locked-in first stop in my mind for Calgary because I want to be part of this Stampede Bowl. But I started in the season opener in Regina, went straight to the Snoop Dogg game in Vancouver, and this is my 8th city, and I'm heading to Edmonton on Sunday. I am meeting incredibly passionate fans, amazing media personalities that are invested in the game and want to see the game succeed and want to make sure that they're asking the right questions to generate some of that success. I'm meeting with clubs, their front office, the ownership, the teams, the players, the coaches. I get to talk football all day long. I mean, how cool is that? I'm having a fabulous time soaking in, drinking from the fire hose, understanding football operations. I feel very comfortable on the commercial and business side. A lot of learning on the business operation, the football operations side. And really, I hear things like we love the Canadiana. We love that it's made in Canada and played in Canada. We want events. We want areas where young people can really have a good time, and they enjoy football differently. So when I talk to young people, I go, "This is not how I watch football. I watch football from the seat, and I go up to the concourse to get a hot dog or go to the bathroom. They want to have a beer and walk around and do their thing, and maybe glance down at the game once in a while. Let's figure that out. And I think here at the Corral here in McMahon is an example of that, right? And so I think they're enjoying where we're going as a league. They're enjoying the product on the field. And I sense a common passion for the community aspect of the CFL. Our players are accessible. They're available to the fan base. They're incredibly likable, and they're unbelievable athletes. So I hear that all over.
You're bang on with the younger demographic because they do view the game different than, say, me, who's a 63-year-old, and in an older demographic, and they want the social areas. They want to be able to hang out with their friends and maybe enjoy a pop. I don't want to bring up the issue of the stadium because, it's not the Taj Mahal here at Calgary. But what do you think of McMahon Stadium?
Well, look, I can't remember the last time I was here for a regular season game. I've been here for Grey Cups, which is wonderful and amazing, but regular season game, and obviously I'm a little bit, it's hard to be objective when you're part of the Stampede Bowl and the excitement that's coming. But it is an older venue. I've come from Regina with their stadium. I've come from Winnipeg with their stadium.
We're jealous.
Yeah, those are beautiful venues, and I do, think that as great a job as McMahon has served for this team and this city, this is a storied franchise, and I'd love to see them move into someplace that's.
I think we'd all love to see that as well. Can I ask you, have you started negotiations on the new TV contract yet?
We have not begun those conversations. That is, as much as I'm interested and focused and concentrating and preparing for those conversations, no, I didn't want to start those until I'd finished this listening tour, until I'd at least come out to every market and had these conversations. We've got another year and a half left on that deal, all the way through the end of 2026. I'm looking forward to speaking with TSN and RDS soon, and then we'll see where the ball goes from there.
What has surprised you the most with your CFL listening tour? Is there anything that stands out?
I'm not sure, even having been around the league professionally as a partner for 25 years and understanding what the viewership meant to my old business at TSN, I don't know if I quite captured the essence of and the passion of the fan. The fan of the CFL lives it. And one of the things I say, Jock, is what other league would you ever see someone wear the league's logo on a hat or well, let's say a hat? I think many fans of the Stamps or the Bombers or the Riders would happily wear a CFL logo on their head because they love their team, but they love the league. Yep. And I think that's an interesting dynamic that I hadn't quite realized before I started.
That is interesting. I've only got less than a minute left. Is there anything that has concerned you in your listening tour?
Well, look, we want our players as healthy as possible. We want our stars healthy, and so we've had, some injuries to quarterbacks over the course of the first few weeks of the season. So that's not part of the listening tour. That's just start of the season. And then outside of that, no. I mean, look, we've got our ratings are up 10% on TSN this year, and that's off 2 years of ratings growth. I can't stress how unusual that is in the world of sport to have television ratings grow year over year these days. Almost no other sport can say that. We've got momentum. We've got really strong momentum. And there's some areas I want to work on to continue to drive that entertainment. I'm going to take Luke Wilson to lunch. We'll have a conversation. I'll tell him about some language things, but I also want to have a good conversation with him and to others. I'm open to ideas. Many have given me some great ideas. I'll tell you one thing I did do before the listening tour was finished. We as a league have now released the negotiation list for all.
That's correct.
All 9 teams. We announced that this week. Yep. Great reaction to that. Fans who just, they'd never seen it before. Many
it never made sense not to release it before.
Well, I'm very pleased we were able to do that.
Yeah.
Updated every day and more conversation about the league.
That's great. Stuart, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
All right, Stuart Johnson, the 15th Commissioner of the Canadian Football League, a special guest here. As Brett Michaels has wrapped up his concert, we have wrapped up our halftime show. The Calgary Stampeders have a big lead. It's 29-6. I want to thank Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak. We're going to get a quick update from the Global Newsroom and then back to Mark Steven and Greg Peterson, play-by-play action of the second half right here on the home of the Calgary Stampeders, QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
This is Global News. I'm Brenda Neufeld. Calgary officials are hoping the recent G7 summit and Rotarian convention are going to bring a whole new group of visitors to the city to check out the Stampede. The 10-day event, which officially gets underway tomorrow, provides a huge economic lift to Calgary and the province. A 2019 Conference Board of Canada study found a $282 million impact from Stampede. $227 million of that stayed in Calgary. As usual, some diehards are already putting out chairs along the Stampede parade route. It goes tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with country superstar Shania Twain leading the way as parade marshal. Some street closures and detours will be in place as early as 6 a.m., so you're encouraged to walk, bike, or use Calgary Transit to get downtown. After the parade, there will be free admission to Stampede Park from 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Alberta's Transportation Minister wants a meeting with the mayor about bike lanes. In a letter to the mayor obtained by Global News, Devin Dreeshen says he's concerned about the city's approach to building bike infrastructure at the expense of vehicle lanes at a time of rapid population growth. It's similar to a letter sent to the city of Edmonton earlier in the year. Calgary tech startup Brdcst has filed for bankruptcy protection. The warehouse robotics company received hundreds of millions of dollars from investors and lenders, including the federal government and city of Calgary, but it suddenly terminated over 150 employees in an email Sunday night. The head of Platform Calgary hopes they'll all be able to find work with another local startup. Global News Sky Tracker weather, partly cloudy tonight, down to 10 degrees. Tomorrow for Parade Day, sunny and 22. Saturday, cloudy with a high of 20. Sunday, mix of sun and cloud, maybe a shower, a high of 18. Monday up to 25, and then highs in the 30s for Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm Brenda Neufeld.
It's time to Toyota, under the tower at South Point Toyota. Hurry into South Point Toyota right now and discover why they're Calgary's #1 volume Toyota dealer. With brand new Toyota RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Huge trade-in values. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, get up to $2,000 in free accessories with your purchase. It's time to Toyota, under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Nobody calls the game like Mark Steven and Greg Peterson. Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Take the field and take on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and certainly it's an exciting time at the stadium here with everything going on with Brett Michaels, and they couldn't get him off the stage. Greg, he was having so much fun there, right?
Yeah, he was. Everybody's ready for the kickoff. The referee's all ready, and Brett's saying, I'm going to still continue to sing, but it was a great show.
It really was. What a great energy in the building. The fans are excited. Well, why wouldn't they be? 29-6 Stampeders, just so much going on here, but I'll be the bad guy. They are playing the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, one of the most accomplished teams in recent history. So this is a good spot for the Stampeders to be in, but don't sit back is all I can say.
Well, that's not being a bad guy, Mark. That's being a realist because the Bombers got lots of experience. They can come back. So one of the better halves of the Stampeders have had in many years, really. So they got to keep it up. And you're right, the Bombers can come back. So I'm looking forward to a good second half.
Kickoff as Randy Paredes boots the ball downfield, and that'll be returned by Vival just across the 10-yard line far side. He's in full stride. 20 at the 30, and then he is blown up real good on the far side. Racing downfield for the Stampeders, the newcomer, the new linebacker who has just signed with the team. Unexpected we'd see Kyle Wilson here, but he introduces himself to Stampeder fans with that big hit.
Yeah, good hit by Kyle Wilson, running down kickoff for a team. You're going to have some heavy, hard collisions. A 6-foot, 231-pounder from Arkansas just squeaked through and made a good, sure tackle.
So Winnipeg will start out at their 30-yard line, just underway in this half, 29-6. As the Blue Bombers will go to the air, down by 20-plus points. They pitch to the near side. Christias makes the catch in the open field, but a solo tackle in the open field by Adrian Green holds it to a 5-yard gain.
Well, good play by Adrian Green, and you're going to see the Bombers now going to have to put the ball up in the air. As I said in the first half, Mark, they love to just pound it at you, but they're going to have to go away from their game plan and just come up, don't miss tackles, and keep that gain to about 5 yards, which happened on that play.
The sun has burst through. It's a beautiful night here at McMahon Stadium. The field in the shadows, but much of the field remains in the sun on a beautiful July evening. Second down and 5 at the 35-yard line. Safety blitz on by the Stampeders. Caleros pitches downfield, caught by Dembski. He's hit right away at the 40 by Arnold, but let's see if it is enough. Pending the spot for a first down.
Yeah, good play by
and it is.
Yeah, Calgary came on what's called the hammer, the halfback blitz from the weak side. Caleres being the veteran quarterback of 11 years, he picked that up right away, and just you have your guy that the blitzing halfback, he's going to vacate that position, and Caleres picked it up right away, threw a stop route, got the first down.
At the 40-yard line, Winnipeg is marching. Blue Bombers out with the tight end right. Oliveira's in the backfield. And they ride him. He gets the call, but he ran into his own blocking guard. Neufeld then was knocked down and blown up by Hutchings. So that was a poorly executed play, and they lose a yard.
Well, it was that read pass option, and Caleres couldn't decide whether he wanted to pull the ball or kept giving it off to Brady Oliveira. So sometimes he's really good at that riding on that, but sometimes you do it too long, as he did on that play. Lost 2 yards.
Here come the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, 9-15, second down conversions. Let's see how they handle this one here. They're second down and 12 to go at the 38-yard line. 5 receivers out. Deep drop by Caleros. He sets out, throws a long crossing route, and it's through the hands. That was a highly catchable ball for the normally reliable Dalton Schode. It's incomplete, and the Bombers will punt.
Well, I think, Mark, you look, he caught it just where the sun is bleeping through on the side. I think he lost that in the sun because Dalton Schode does not miss footballs like that. He always makes a catch, but I think he was looking right into the sun.
I think it's a good point. It is setting, and he would be looking right back into it. Stampeders send Benjamin back. And he'll punt the ball away. Sheehan does. Beautiful kick. Some good hang time here. Benjamin tracks and catches inside his 15. He starts up. 20 at the 30. Caught from behind. That's where he goes down. Blue Bombers Hallett leads the charge. You're listening to third quarter football. The score is the Calgary Stampeders 29, Winnipeg 6. This is your Alberta Ford dealer Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
This is Micah Tights, number 42. Now back to Stampeders football on QR Calgary.
Calgary Stampeders holding a lead of 29-6 as the action resumes here at a raucous McMahon Stadium tonight. They're 1st and 10 on their 30-yard line. Holding that big lead, the Stampeders. It's time now for the Class Tractor Stampeders opening drive. The makers of precision farmers equipment, Claas, made for more. Vernon Adams, very strong opening half. He's at the controls for the Calgary Stampeders. Mills with them in the backfield. Mills will get the call. He squeezes through a hole left side, but James Vaughters and Thomas are there to close the door, so it's maybe a 2-yard gain.
James Vaughters, fifth-year guy out of Stanford, of course, with the Stampeders last year, and did a good job. He's at that right defensive end position. He just sliced down and threw his man aside and made a good sure tackle.
2nd down and 8, 11:45 to play in this quarter. We're in the third quarter. Stampeders by 23. Rhymes starts in motion to the line, now backs off as Adams is checking off at the line. Adams barking out signals with 4 on the play clock. He'll take the ball. Adams back, looking left, scrambling left, pitching downfield, coming back, making the catch is Jones at the 45, then is driven out of bounds by Bonds into the Stampeder bench, but it is a 1st down, Stampeders. And Dave McIver with updates on the sidelines.
Yeah, guys, still no Clark Barnes out there. He is doubtful to return. Got official word from the Stampeders. Also, somebody in the tent right now can't get a look at who it is, so might be back with you in another minute or so here.
Well, it's really tough for Clark Barnes, who scored a great touchdown early in the game. Carried tacklers.
I think that's the one he injured himself on.
Yeah, he did a lot of work. At the 42, 1st down and 10. New downs for the Calgary Stampeders. They have a one-back set, and they give to Mills. He slashes left, gets the line of scrimmage to the 50, spins and dives forward to about the 52, and he may have the 1st down. Parker, the safety over, and also helping out Jones, the middle linebacker, 9-yard pickup.
Well, that's just loading up the line of scrimmage. We had both of our slot backs on the right side. They came way over to the left side, and one took the end and one took the backer, and all the offensive linemen pinned up on the defensive line, so a good solid run of 9 yards.
It is 2nd down and very short for the Calgary Stampeders. They put big Quincy Vaughn in. He takes the ball, follows his center, and has 1st down yardage. Welcome back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge, where it is the Stampeders 29 and Winnipeg 6.
Well, the Stamps can now get that running attack going and just eat that clock up with the runs like they've been doing on this drive and keep it going. It's looking pretty good. Get this third quarter and get another touchdown, and that's what you want to do is at this time when you got this good lead like that, you want to see that clock a-ticking.
Bills 12 carries, 66 yards in this game, longest 21 yards. Stampeders new downs are at the 53-yard line. Dominique Rhymes going right for the Calgary Stampeders. He lines up in the sun. The rest of the offense in the shadows. Give is to Mills. He turns it upfield on a handoff in the backfield, but gets only a couple of yards there. Several bombers are there to put him on the ground, including Adams, a defensive lineman, 2nd and 8.
Well, Stamps had their fullback in and another big offensive lineman. Now they're going to go hurry up offense and try and get this high altitude on the Bombers, get these guys a little bit tired.
Bombers come out in a 3-man front in this 2nd and 8 situation at the midfield marker. Adams walks up towards the line of scrimmage, barks out signals right and left. New play clock is at 8. He'll take the ball. He's on a draw. Mills runs up the right hash marks, but the Blue Bombers were waiting. They hold him to a short gain of about 2 or 3. Vaughters over to help tackle. So the Stampeders will punt it away.
Well, they've been effective this year on that draw. They have a couple guys in the backfield, and they kind of flare out. If you're in man-to-man, that really helps because you remove the linebackers. But that time, the Bombers were in a zone, and the linebacker could stay in there and make the tackle.
Bassett on to punt it away. He came in for Fraser Messina, who was a late scratch. Jason McGugan, the long snapper over the ball, sends it back straight and true. Kicked away to the far side, end over end. And it's going to be caught inside the 10. Bubble goes up the field at the 15, trying to get it outside, loses his balance, thrown out of bounds by Kelly. A nice return on the play for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Well, there's 8 minutes and 6 seconds remaining in our third quarter. This is the third quarter of Stampeder football. The score is Calgary 29, Winnipeg 6. Got HD radio. Tune us into 105.1 Channel 2 for high-def radio quality.
Your cooperator's advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local cooperator's advisor? Give Alan Ducharme from Ducharme Insurance and Investments a call at 403-221-7237 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty, tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon-per-minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
Thanks for listening. This is René Paredes, kicker for the Calgary Stampeders. Now back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
The Stampeders defense is on the field with the team holding a 29-6 lead. Winnipeg ball. 1st and 10 from their 24-yard line. Thanks for joining us on this superb night, kicking off Stampede 2025. See what the Bombers do as they send 3 receivers wide right. Now showing motions to the far side. Valeros has the ball, hard roll right, throws on the run downfield. That ball is caught on a crossing route, pulled in by Dembski, who's then pushed out of bounds by Stampeders Green along with Grant, but it is enough for the first down as they get him outside the pocket.
Well-run football play. They call it the flood route, where they put a guy in the flat, put a guy medium, bring a guy across, and have a guy go deep. You're flooding one side of the field. Roll your quarterback and let him just pick the open guy, and both the quarterback did a great job on that play.
They move to the 42-yard line. Dembski had that last catch. He goes left, starts in motion to the line. Claros is back looking left, pitching on a stop route. That ball is caught across the 45-yard line. Where Webb is over to tackle Dembski. It's about a 7-yard gain. 2nd and 3.
And now the Bombers aren't using Brady Oliveira. They're going with the passing game because they have to, but I would suspect 2nd down. This is a time that they might try and just pound it up the middle to get a first down with Brady.
It is 2nd and 4 at the 48-yard line. The Blue Bombers are marching. Peters crowd that line of scrimmage. Moncrief to the line. Now he backs off. Snap screen in the right flat. That ball is caught by Winnipeg. trying to turn it upfield as Oliveira across midfield, dragged down by Grant into the Stampeder bench, falls out of bounds at about the 51. But it is a Winnipeg first down, and the Bombers' offense starting to build momentum.
That time, instead of pounding up the middle, they say we're going to flank him and have him run a little flat route and get him out in the open. And you can't tackle that guy out in the open one-on-one. He's going to lunge forward to get 4 or 5 more yards. You got to gang tackle and have about 2-3 guys hit him at the same time.
They're at Stampeder 52 is where the ball is spotted. Winnipeg ball. They're on the march. Jones starts in motion to the line. Back is Caleros. He looks, throws left, caught at the 40-yard line. Wilson on the tackle for the Stampeders, but pulling it down for a first down. That is enough for Stearns, who makes the big catch, and the Bombers are marching. 6:01 remaining in the quarter.
Well, right now, Stamps are just playing zone coverage, and the wide receivers of the Bombers are just too experienced. They're just going to find that open hole, and we got Zach Caleros, who's too smart as well. So I think they maybe want to mix it up a little bit.
First and 10 at the 38 of Calgary. Winnipeg is marching. They have receivers up, and instead, on the ground to Oliveira. He squeezes through a hole left side, gets to the 30 before he is tripped up and falls down. That's a gain of about 8 on the play. Hey, welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary. And after this game today, be sure to get up close to the team at Stamps House. Entertainment, live music, and your favorite Stampeders after every game.
Well, Bombers are starting to do what they do best, and that's run the ball, and they're getting a good drive going here. I think the Stamps got to pick it up. They just don't want to give the Bombers any type of momentum as they crowd it up with Strevler in there as a quarterback.
Second down and a couple inches to go. Strevler takes the ball. He pushes ahead and has the first down and room to spare.
Yep, you said it, Mark. Stampeder can't give up, can't give them too much now. They got to buckle down a little bit. Bending a little bit here, but let's hope they bend but don't break.
I mean, how many playing Hall of Famers, I call them, as Winnipeg have on the field right now?
Well, in the last 5 years, I've seen the Bombers do this so many times. They are the strongest in the fourth quarter, so you can't give them any type of momentum going in that fourth quarter, even if you got that lead.
At the Stampeder 26-yard line, first down and 10. 3 receivers right for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, including Little Stearns and Dembski. Caleros takes the snap. Caleros backs, hit as he throws, dumps it in the open field on the left side for Oliveira. He catches, then slips as he started to turn upfield at the 20-yard line, so it's a gain of about 5, second and 5.
Well, they do that play all the time where they just leak. You have Brady Oliveira just act like he's going to block, and then it's a predetermined little dump pass, and every time you get 4 or 5, but you get that guy in the open field, and he's going to get more. We're lucky there he slipped.
Second down to 5 at the 21, 3 minutes and 30. Make that 53 seconds to play in this quarter. Caleros from the gun, starts in motion to the line. Caleros back, pumps, then scrambles left, and turns and pitches downfield, and he threw that away, knowing there was a lot of pressure on him. Incomplete.
Well, Stamps this time, they came with 5, and Caleros didn't like what he first saw, so he tried to scramble to his right, and then he had too many guys in his face. The receivers didn't help him, though, because they just stood there trying to expect the ball to be coming, and now the Bombers, they got to kick a field goal, Mark?
I would say so, 28-yarder.
Yeah, so they bend and not. That's what you don't want to do. You can't give them the 7.
So this would be a 29-yarder with the favoring wind.
Sergio Castillo, 28-yard field goal attempt.
Left side. It's snapped. It's placed. It's kicked and splits the uprights with a lot of room to spare. The field goal is good. You're listening to third quarter football action on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge. The score is Calgary 29, Winnipeg 9. This is Alberta Ford dealer Stampeder Football.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
It's time to Toyota under the tower at South Point Toyota. Hurry into South Point Toyota right now and discover why they're Calgary's #1 volume Toyota dealer. With brand new Toyota RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Huge trade-in values. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, get up to $2,000 in free accessories with your purchase. It's time to Toyota under the tower at South Point Toyota.
This is Kalon Thomas, number 77. Thanks for listening, Ghost Downs.
Stampeder offense on the field. They lead 29-9 to 3:29 to play in the third quarter. Those east stands are basking in the sun as it begins to set. Much of the field, though, is in the shadows from the stands here on the west side. Stampeders out in a 5-receiver set. Vernon Adams barks out signals. Mills to his left in the backfield. Adams is back. Throws right. That ball is caught on a look-in. The ball is caught by Stampeders Jones. He gets across the 45 on the 48-yard line where he's knocked down by the safety Parker. 7 or 8 yard gain.
Well, that was good play by Vernon Adams, Mark, because they blitzed the Sam linebacker. That's a strong linebacker. Vernon Adams kind of faked a handoff or faked it was going to go to the left. Came back to the right with a hitch screen, but he had a guy right in his face, so he had to make a good throw with a blitzing linebacker right in his face. Picked up 7 yards. Good play.
Your Alberta Ford dealers, Stampeder football right here on QR Calgary. Stampeders are 2nd and 3 at the 47-yard line. They lead by 20, and they'll go on the ground to Dedrick Mills, but this time the Bombers in the backfield. We're waiting for him. Adams, the defensive tackle, puts him on the ground, so it's 3rd down, and decision time for Dave Dickinson. It's about a half yard.
Well, Dave's a gambler, but, man, when you got a 29 to 9 lead and you give this up, it could be a game changer. But as I said, Dave's a gambler. He believes, and he's going to go for it because it's a good, probably yard. And they have
Yvonne is in. They brought in Rodine Brown as an extra blocker.
And they have not done great on the short yardage. They barely got it.
Yeah, this could be a bit of a, well, let's just see. Vaughn walks confidently under center. Lines are down. He pushes right. The Blue Bombers push back, and let's await the spot. This is far from guaranteed that he has it.
You know, and he just stood up, Mark, and he tried to find the hole, and there wasn't one, but you got to kind of crouch down and be low and not standing up with the ball, and they're lucky they're going to get it.
Tonight's broadcast team, Mark Stephen, Greg Peterson, Jock Wilson, our host, sidelines, Dave McIver, our engineers on site, Jeff Basin, Steve Davis, Sean Nickel, Gord Bailey at our 17th Avenue Palace, Southwest Calgary. Our next broadcast is the 11th, next Friday night from Regina. Pre-game show 5:30, kickoff at 7. 1st and 10, barely for the Stampeders at the 50-yard line. Vernon Adams returns to quarterback. Jones tracks in motion to the near wide side. But it's on the ground to Mills. Dances in the hole. He has room up the far sideline. Pushes his way ahead to about the 52 of Winnipeg before James Vaughters brings him down. That's a gain of about 8, 2nd and 2.
Well, and the O-line are doing a good job of just squaring up on their guy and turning him and letting Mills kind of find that hole. It looked like kind of a mouse going through a trap, but good job by Mills, but just a good solid blocking up front by our O-line to get up to the linebackers and on the D-line.
It's a full yard, so Quincy Vaughn returns. He's Mr. Short Yardage in these situations. He gets up and under center. He surges ahead on the right side, and I'm going to give this one to him without any debate.
So this is good. Yeah, just keep that clock a ticking. 16, 15 seconds left in this half. Might get one more play out, if that. And you got a good solid lead going into the 4th quarter.
1st down Stampeders. This should be our final play of the quarter. Stampeders huddling up. Part of the offense. In the sun, some in the shade as the sun sets. Adams is in the gun. Mills to his left. Play fake, snap screen to the left flat. Caught by Jones. He tries to bust it outside. Gets to the Winnipeg 50. Hauls ahead to the 45-yard line. Will be short of the first down as the Blue Bombers knock him down. And they're saying his knee went down earlier. We'll let the officials sort that out. We'll be back in a minute with more third quarter action on Stampede Football. Stamps 29, Blue Bombers 9. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season. And here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
As a business, you rely on advertising. Buying media is a partnership. When did a tech billionaire buy a product from you or support your community? Ask how business is going. The advertising landscape in Canada is in crisis. Instead of supporting Canadian companies and jobs, Canada's ad market is dominated by foreign tech platforms that spread misinformation, hate, and foreign interference. Keep ad dollars at home on radio, TV stations, websites, streaming, and news services that are Canadian-owned. Buy Canadian. A message from QR Calgary.
This is Kalon Thomas, number 77. Thanks for listening, Gold Stamps.
And we'll take a timeout again in just a minute. We'll be back to fourth quarter play-by-play action. Stamps 29, Blue Bombers 9. Get the iHeart Radio Canada app. Listen to our football broadcast or tune in on your smart speaker.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon-per-minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
Your cooperator's advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local cooperator's advisor? Give Alan Ducharme from Ducharme Insurance and Investments a call at 403-221-7237 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together. It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season. And here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Hey, Stump fans, this is Jeshron Antwi, running back. Keep it right here on QR Calgary all season long.
Hey, the Stampeders hold a 29-9 lead, and here we go, live from the South Point Toyota Billy Powers broadcast booth. This is fourth quarter action, and Greg, as the teams get ready for this final quarter, do you have a third quarter stat story?
Yeah, first downs, both teams have 15 total offense. Bombers 234, Stamps 312. Offensive plays, Bombers 41, Stamps 38. Both teams are going to hit 50, which is something else. Rushing, Bombers 62, Stamps 96. Passing, Bombers 172, Stamps 216.
Stampeders second down and 8 at the 48-yard line on a beautiful sun-splashed evening here at McMahon Stadium. Stampeders empty the backfield as Mills leaks out. Outside blitz coming by Winnipeg. Adams is back, had to hurry his throw. It's incomplete. There was a Blue Bomber right in his face, so he had to hurry that throw. That was Cramdy, the linebacker, so it's incomplete.
Yeah, they came on the blitz. They attacked both outsides to say to our quarterback, Adams, we're not going to let you scramble to the outside. You blitz from attack from the outside, and Adams saw that right away, tried to throw it over the middle, but just missed through it.
Well, this is right at the absolute limit of the field goal range of Rennie Paredes, so they're not going to play around.
No, I think you go for field position and try and trim them, trap them within the 10-yard line.
That's what they're going to do. Bassett is on to punt. Massine was an early scratch just before the game. Bassett is on, and that's what he's doing. End-over-end kick, trying to kick it towards the far side. It bounces on the floor. It bounces out of bounds, and it bounced out of bounds in the end zone. It did. So he gets the point. He kicked it down the far sideline, so I'm not quite sure he wanted to do that, but I know what he was trying to do, Greg.
No, but as we say, every point counts. But yeah, it was a pretty good kick. It was one of those end over end kicks. He just needed the good bounce. He got the bounce that bounced inside instead of outside, so the Bombers get the good field position up at the 40-yard line.
Hey, when this game is done, no need to rush off. Be part of the team at Stamps House. Players, music, Stamp fans, and so much more. Stamps House after every Stamps home game. This place will be rocking. It already was. I thought it was a tremendous show by Brett Michaels. He entertained his fans loudly and longly, I'll say. 1st and 10 at the 44, Winnipeg. They have an empty backfield. Short drop for Caleros. He pitches on a look-in at the 40-yard line. That's where Dembski is caught at least 45, and he's pulled down. 5-yard pickup, 2nd and 5.
Well, they're instead of running Brady Oliveira now, Bombers are going to go hurry up offense, but they're just going with that short passing game to get good first down pickup.
2nd down and 4 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Schoen comes in motion to the line. Back is the quarterback, Caleros. He pitches right. Ball is caught on the wide side of the field. Pulled in by Clarkius as Kelly's over on the tackle. It's a first down, Winnipeg.
Well, you got to watch Caleros, so he's going with these short passes. All of a sudden, he'll try and spring a deep one on him. That's what I call those chunk routes. So if you're a DB, you got to be cautious about that.
They go quickly out of the huddle. Again, back is Calero, sets out, throws, stop route on the far side. Ball is caught and then stepping out of bounds right away as Clarkius on the far side, and it is another first down to the Stampeder, 43.
Well, Stamp DBs are just playing a little bit too cautious. They're playing a 3-deep zone, and they're getting way back, and Caleros is saying, okay, I'll just keep marching the ball down, throwing those 10-yard hang routes or curl routes, and so I think Stampeders, they can't be playing prevent this early in the game.
They're working second-year corner Tyler Richardson on that far side of the field. First down and 10 on the Stampeder 43-yard line. Again, Caleros to the air. Looks right, throws right. There's a target. Racing down the sideline at the 30, at the 20, at the 10, to the end zone. Touchdown, Calgary Stampeders. Pulling the ball in. A sensational grab. Sacked into the end zone. Derek
Moncrief's played a great ball game so far, Mark. He's knocking balls down, making tackles, that time wide side out, and second TD for a pick for the Stampeders. This defensive back and linebackers have come up, and they've contributed to this big field win.
Have they ever? So it's 2 returned to the end zone by Stampeders. I'd love to get an idea when the last time Zach Caleros threw 2 balls that were returned. Long time. I'll figure that out. That's their problem. Stamps lead 36-9. Here's the extra point try. The snap. It is down. It is kicked. It's going. Flag in the air as it splits the uprights. We'll await the ball.
Extra point is good. There's a flag down.
Well, usually if the back judge throws, it means that there's too many men on the field, but we'll have to see what this penalty is.
They're going to sort it out here in just a moment, but the Stampeders are running off the field. The score, they make them do it again. Calgary Stampeders 36, Winnipeg 7. Let's get things going with our fourth quarter play-by-play action. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak, proud sponsors of the Calgary Stampeders football on QR Calgary.
It's time to Toyota at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant has brand new RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Buy now and get up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, giant trade-in values. Country Hills Toyota will surprise you with how much they'll pay for your vehicle. It's time to Toyota right now at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Falari Rimalade, defensive end. Thanks for listening.
Well, Flo, the entire day, actually every phase has been terrific for the Calgary Stampeders today as they hold, get this, are you ready, a 37-9 lead. Just amazing.
Yeah, if you were tuning in and you didn't know what the score was and you just came on, there's no way anybody, nobody would have thought the Stamps would be up 37-9. I talked with many people, and even today, and some people at the golf course I was at, and some other people, well, what's going to happen tonight, Greg? And, well, it's going to be tough. Those Bombers got a good team, but I never thought it would be 37-9 going into the fourth quarter.
Nope, that's where the Stampeders are. They're in great shape. 2 interceptions returned for touchdowns. As this ball is kicked off by Rennie Paredes, it's launched downfield. Baval catches it, bobbles it at the 5. Now picks it up, starts upfield at the 10. And the Stampeders swarm to bring him down. Little Jackson Sombach flies down the field, the University of Regina, and he makes the tackle, so the Bombers are trapped deep in their zone.
Yep, 7th round choice last year, 2024, so the Regina native did a good job, and that's where you got to contribute. If you're on special teams, you got to make some tackles, make some plays. Our teams have been very good today.
Well, everything's been good. Every unit's been terrific. So the Calgary Stampeders on defense. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers are out there at their 14-yard line. And Caleros is back. He's under pressure. He turns, just heaves it to the far side. That ball is caught, but right over there to push him out of bounds is Green. That was just a desperation heave that Dembski caught, and he got nothing before he's driven out of bounds.
Well, Caleros knew he was out there because he had a guy that's in that hang route position way out in the sidelines. But good job by the Stampeders to come up. They leave that zone alone and say, go ahead and throw it. We'll come up and try and make good sure tackle. They did push them out of bounds, only a 1-yard gain.
On the far side, by the way, make sure you join Jock and Greg after the game or the 5th quarter call-in show. Here we go. Blue Bombers 2nd down and 9. They send 3 receivers to the wide left side of the field. Goody Stearns, who starts in motion to the line. Snap back to Caleros. In the pocket, pitching deep downfield. That ball is tipped. And Karam's in the air, falls to the ground. But there is a flag, and did a Stampeder defender maybe bumped into a receiver.
I think that's what you're going to say. A guy came over the back, but Stampeder's done a great job of anticipating those and could have had pick 6 the other way, but flag will get picked up by the referee, and they're going to call pass interference, I believe.
All right, it's Bailey Scott Devine. Picks up the infraction.
Playing at that Sam linebacker position. Moncrief's played a really good game. He's usually playing that, but they got an extra DB in now, knowing that Caleros is going to put the ball up in the air.
Trying to round up the last time the Stamps had 2 interceptions in a game for a touchdown return.
Well, Dave's saying something to the referee. I don't know if he challenged him or...
That's what I wondered.
Yeah, he just picked up his challenge flag. So he's quite animated. He's acting. Dave is very upset about something. But he threw his challenge flag, and the referee never did anything. And so we finally had to say to the side judge, hey, I threw my challenge flag, but they're going through a heated debate right now.
Huh. Not sure what that's all about. We'll find out in a minute. Long conversation.
Dave can get vocal with the referees on the sidelines. He's very vocal at times, but this year I think he's done a pretty good job with his challenges.
Well, here's the thing. I don't quite know what's going on here. Either throw the flag or make the call. I'm not sure.
Or just tell him what you're going to do. You don't have to have a debate about it. You're not going to win the debate if you're the coach. Kind of makes you feel better, but the referee should just make a decision and get on with this game.
Yeah, I don't get it. If Dave Dickinson,
it's like having a 5-minute conversation down there. Just referee make a decision.
He's unhappy. Okay, if he's unhappy, throw the challenge flag or something. Well, the referee's got to back off and just say, here's the play. I don't know.
I don't even think he's going to explain. He's just going to leave us all in Never Never Land on what's going on.
Well, out of all of that, the Blue Bombers are 1st and 10 at their 25-yard line. 11 minutes, 49 seconds remaining. Stampeders have touchdowns from...
Therefore, they lose their challenge, and they lose 1 team timeout.
Well, I don't know what he said, but whatever it was, they're saying that Dave Dickinson challenged
Now challenge a bull, okay.
So he loses a timeout, and Dave was pretty upset about that.
29-6 Stampeders at the half. They lead 37-9 now. Snap back to Caleros, and another whistle goes. Stampeder touchdowns today by Barnes, Webb, the newcomer, the rookie Alford, Dedrick Mills, and also a touchdown in this quarter by Moncrief. Quite sure what all this is about.
Well, we had this many years ago, and referees have been doing a pretty good job of getting the play going, but we've had too many conferences with the refs. It's just kind of making the play a little bit choppy.
The field now is covered in shadows from the setting sun on the west sidelines. The stands on the west side have covered up the field. Dalton Schoen, far side, starts in motion to the line. Again, back passing is Caleros, pitching downfield. That ball is broken up, knocked away. That was Arnold who got his hands out to deflect the ball away, and it's incomplete. And Greg, the Stampeders secondary has had their hands on or around the ball on multiple occasions today.
Well, Caleros is just trying to throw those deep curls, and the Stampeder secondary are getting deep and just doing a good job anticipating the throw and coming up on it. And now that one was almost picked, Mark.
Yes, it was. Second down and 10 at the 25-yard line. Dalton Schoen going right for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Erkus outside him. In a deep drop is Caleros. He dumps it off in the near flat. Caught by Caleros. By Oliveira. Gets up to the 30. Cut it outside. 35 at the 40. And is angled out of bounds into the Stampeder bench. They push him into the bench.
Yep, they love to throw that little dump route to Brady Oliveira, and you can usually get that guy out in the open. He's so strong with his legs. You come up and you kind of, unless you wrap and get other people to help you out, you're just going to bounce off him. He's just one of the better running backs I've seen in the league. At 5'10", he's not tall, but 230 pounds, and a lot of that pound in those strong legs that he has.
He is extremely strong in the lower body. I got some great news for you here. First and 10 on the 46-yard line. Again, back pass against Caleros, pitching to the near side. Ball is caught by Wheatfall, then he's driven out of bounds at the 52-yard line. I want to congratulate the CFL, Greg. Not more than 10 seconds ago did I send to the office a message. Listen, when's the last time they had 2 interceptions returned for touchdowns? Steve Daniel, CFL office, July 17th, 2009 against Toronto. Brandon Browner, there's a name for the pass, and Dwight Anderson. So it's been a long time. I want to thank Dwight.
Well, that you and I both did that game.
Yeah.
Can't specifically remember.
Only 17 years ago.
I do remember Brandon Browner. And,
Dwight Anderson. All right, first down. Winnipeg at the Calgary 52. Caleros back, pitching downfield, caught by Schoen at the 40-yard line. He tries to turn it upfield, but he is brought down, but it's enough for the first down.
Yeah, but they're just running those deep curls because Calgary's playing a zone, and they're picking them apart and going down. But what the Stamps have done is they've been bending like this but not breaking. And more important, they've come up with those big plays for 6 the other way.
So the Bombers at the Stampeder 39-yard line. High snap to Caleros. He picks it down. He looks right, looks left, pitches, and just throws it in the dirt. There is nothing doing downfield.
Well, he wanted Brady Oliveira on that screen pass again, so he fakes a hitch pass to the right, then comes back. And this time, Stamps, they sniff that one out, and they just, as I said, sometimes instead of spying the quarterback, you spy the tailback. They did that. They were right on him, so he just threw the ball away.
Stampeders defense on the field. It's second down and 10 at the 39. Beautiful night. Great energy in the building. Clock runs, 9:44 remaining. 3 receivers to the near side for Winnipeg. Wheatfall, Schoen. Oliveira's out of the backfield. Caleros takes the snap. Pocket holds. He pitches a strike downfield. Elevate, twist in the air. And almost intercepted again by the Stampeders. A great opportunity, almost to intercept. Schoen went up for the ball off his hands, and Grant almost pulled it in. But the Blue Bombers, I'll say this, Caleros has had a lot of balls tipped, knocked down, deflected, whatever.
We got another player down. That's a Bomber down on the field. But, yeah, there has been, that's Dalton Schoen, I think. There's been 3-4 drop balls that could have kept the drives alive for. So Caleros, he's throwing the ball in there, but his wide receivers haven't been that great this game.
Jaden Grant, first-year player from Portland, Oregon. Of course, he's familiar with the ways of professional sports. His dad played just under 1,000 games in the NBA for 5 different teams, including Portland.
Well, he's just one member of this very young secondary that are doing a great job. They've really played well. They have not played a bad game, and they're sticking with their guy and making plays. And so Jaden Grant, Arnold, 2 rookies doing good, and then you got a couple guys with some experience. Richardson's at 3rd year, Adrian Green in his 4th year, but they're very young and they're playing very well.
Schoen is the injured player. He's getting up and walking off under his own power. I just think he was winded. Let's take a timeout. Stampeders 37, the Blue Bombers 9:30 remaining. You're listening to Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun!
Thank you for listening to Stampeder Football. This is Dominic Grimes, wide receiver of the Calgary Stampeders.
On 3rd down, the Blue Bombers are back, pitching it downfield. They gamble, and it's an incomplete pass. Dealing on the far side, Micah Tights, a dropping linebacker, helped get in the way of the intended target. Garcias on the far side. It's a turnover on downs, and the Stampeders holding a 28-point lead. Take over on downs at the 39-yard line.
Well, give this D some credit, Mark. You're holding a very prolific, good offense to 9 points in a game. The stats, they've got net offense. They've got over 300 yards, but they just haven't given them touchdowns. Come up big when they need to.
Bingo, that's the key. 0 touchdowns. Here come the Stampeders on the 39-yard line. Vernon Adams, his best game as a Stampeder. Brooks motions towards the quarterback. Said they'll give it to Mills. He squeezes through a hole left side. He has room. Gets to the secondary where the safety Parker has to tackle him. That's about a 9+ yard gain. Second down and 1.
Well, that's what they've done. They just bring those 2 big slot backs in, Jones and Dominique Rhymes, to be extra blockers going up the middle. It's a lot of times you'll lead with the fullback. They just come and lead with their halfbacks, or their slot backs, I should say, and good solid blocking and good job by Mills again to pick the hole.
Second down, a half yard to go. The big bruising Vaughn is in the ball game. He's become the short yardage guy under center, Christian Fortin. Lines are down. He just follows Fortin and has enough for our first down. Clock in motion. 8:17, 8:16. Stampeders 37, Blue Bombers 9. They've scored 5 touchdowns.
Yep. And Vernon Adams got his very first touchdown pass. Didn't have one going into this game, but got it on the first drive of the game.
Great atmosphere on this Stampede Bowl. This is a fixture on the calendar. And the fans, the band, all the atmosphere made it. Poison, Brett Michaels was tremendous. First down and 10 at the 51. The Calgary Stampeders are marching. Bill Pott in motion to the line. But on the ground, to ground out the clock. They give it to Mills, inside running, and he pushes ahead for about 5 yards. Then a bit of a skirmish as he tries to get up. I'm sure there's some Jones, a middle linebacker, jawing. Some very irritated Blue Bombers, understandably so.
Yeah, frustrated is what they are, and so they're going to maybe take a keep shot. But for the Stamps with your 37-9 lead, just keep that ball, keep those sticks moving, and doing a pretty good job on the running attack, although that time they only got 2 yards.
Stampeders are squeezing the clock, something that Winnipeg has perfected through the years.
Yep.
7:07 remaining. A second down and 8. Stampeders, they're at their 53-yard line. Alfred has a touchdown. He splits wide left, lining up outside the numbers. Halfback blitz is coming. Snap screen in the left flat. Caught by the Stampeders with the ball. 50 at the 40 of Winnipeg at the 50, and then it falls out of bounds. Philpott had the ball. Now let's see how they rule this. The ball came loose.
Well, it was a good call because, again, the Bombers came with a blitz, but are they going to say it's the Bombers' ball? We're going to go to timeout in any event.
Well, the ball popped out, and
I think they're going to say it's a turnover and down.
It is indeed. The score, the Calgary Stampeders 37, Winnipeg 9. You're listening to fourth quarter Stampeder football action. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's time to Toyota under the tower at South Point Toyota. Hurry into South Point Toyota right now and discover why they're Calgary's #1 volume Toyota dealer. With brand new Toyota RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Huge trade-in values. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, get up to $2,000 in free accessories with your purchase. It's time to Toyota under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon per minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
Thank you for listening to Stampeder Football. This is Dominic Grimes, wide receiver of the Calgary Stampeders.
Well, I ruled out a fumble out of bounds. It was right by the far sideline, so some of the referee signals were a little hard to organize. Philpott lost the ball. Parker was the last guy to touch it out of bounds, so that's why Winnipeg gets the football.
Yeah, well, it's a good call, though, because whenever it's been second down and long, the Bombers come on the blitz, and they're attacking from the outside, attacking from the inside. Stamps had a swing pass called, which was great because that's what you want on a play like that.
Stampeder defense on the field as Winnipeg breaks the huddle. 1st and 10, Winnipeg. They're at their 48-yard line. Time now an issue. 6.5 minutes remaining. Caleros remains in the game. And he'll give it inside Oliveira. He shuffles his feet, pushes ahead, and Micah Tights brings him down in Calgary territory at about the 53-yard line.
Well, normally I would say that's not good for the Stamps having Brady Oliveira run for 9 yards on a first down, but with 6:20 and counting, you want the Bombers to keep running the football. They're not going to be able to come back in this game by doing that.
6 minutes, 22 seconds remaining. The Blue Bombers send 3 receivers right. As they're ready to get things going, Oliveira leaks out. Ball is back to Caleros. He pitches downfield. That ball is tipped and dropped by Starn, who is moving across the field. It's incomplete. Falls to the ground. 6:10 remaining.
Well, I always used to say to the wide receivers I coach, you touch it, you can catch it. And he's had 5 receivers that touched the football and didn't catch it.
Yeah. So this is 2nd down and 10. Winnipeg breaks the huddle. Richardson working one corner. Green working the far corner for the Stampeders. Again, Caleros takes the ball. He is back. Looks downfield. Nobody open. He runs 50, slides at the 40, and has the first down as he moves the ball deeper into Calgary's territory.
Well, Calgary, they had all streaks running down the field, so that removed the secondary and the linebackers. They were way deep. Caleros saw that hole open. Calgary only rushed 3, so he just took off and ran.
Stampeders with Brown, Hicks, Ormalad, and Hutchings, who's been really strong this season, as they go to the air. Caleros takes the ball, dancing around in the pocket. Nobody open. Scrambles right. Still nobody open. He turns and then just throws the ball out of bounds. And
under pressure.
Tell you what, Greg, that was pretty close. Well, I guess he threw it away because he was under pressure.
Yeah, but you know what? Again, with your Stamps, you just want that. But Caleros just held the ball a little bit too long, but he looked down the field. Sometimes you just got to throw that ball in there and try and have your receiver make a good catch. But then again, if I'm Zach Caleros tonight, my receivers haven't made any good catches, so why should I do that?
Stampeders rotating line players in. Anthony Federico, Canadian, is on the field now at the 41-yard line. Winnipeg is second down and 10. They're down by 28. Four-man pressure by the Stampeders. Caleros is back, scrambling left, pitches underneath, and that ball is caught, then knocked down immediately. Oliveira, that's a gain of about 4 before he is bumped to the ground. Hicks on the tackle, and the Blue Bombers are third down.
That's Caleros' safety man. If I can't see anything, dump it to Caleros, but this time they're running out, and third down now.
Moncrief on the tackle as well.
Moncrief's played a great game tonight, Mark.
Third down and 6 yards to go at the 37. Clock again an issue now. 4:25, 4:24. Again, Calgary shows a four-man front. Third down and 6, Winnipeg. Empty backfield. Caleros back, leans back, fires a long out to the far side. That's caught, tiptoeing down the sideline before he steps out of bounds. Is Dembski. They rule him out of bounds at the 25-yard line of Calgary. So the Blue Bombers stopped the clock, moved the sticks.
Had 4 receivers the Blue Bombers did to the wide side. They had all 3 of their outside guys run straight up the field, and then they leaked a guy just way out in the flat. And Caleros has done a good job at throwing out in the flat, but he's done not a very good job at throwing over the middle because he's had a couple picked for 6.
Charles Wiley in the game now on the front 4 for the Stampeders. Winnipeg advancing to the Stampeder 25-yard line, first down and 10. Again, Caleros takes the snap, reads the pocket, steps up, pitches to his check down man, caught at the 20-yard line, tackled immediately, put on the ground right away. So Corcoran, the rookie, makes the catch before he is sandwiched.
Well, all the Bombers are doing right now is padding their stats because they're going to lose this game 37-9, but they're pushing 350 yards in offense right now.
Yeah, but no touchdowns. Caleros takes the ball. Caleros is back, throwing to the far side, off his feet, makes the catch, and then driven out of bounds.
Pass complete to Kevin's
Claris makes the catch before Grant drives him out of bounds.
Stamps came on the safety blitz. It was well picked up, and again, Caleros has done a pretty good job when the Stamps have blitzed him. He's knowing exactly where to throw the football. He's usually picked up a first down.
That was Richardson that drove him out of bounds on the far side. Blue Bombers coming up with a 3-minute warning. First down and 10, Stampeder 12-yard line. Dembski, one of the top receivers. He starts in motion to the line, wide side. Back is Caleros pitching downfield. That ball is caught. Falling forward, pushing ahead for yards is Dembski. He gets down to about the 5 or 6 where the Stampeders tackle him. It'll be second and short as we come to the 3-minute warning. The score, the Calgary Stampeders 37, the Blue Bombers 9. Stampeder defense is on the field after this. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary on 107.3 The Edge.
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyric or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyric Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
This is Derek Moncrief, Sam linebacker. Thanks for listening to the Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
The Calgary Stampeders defense is on the field. 3 minutes remaining. Winnipeg is second and 1 at the Stampeder 3. And as we look down at the Stampeder bench on the near side, I see P.J. Walker now loosening up, and it would make complete sense on the Stampeders' next possession to see him.
Yeah, expect to see him. Yep, Vernon played a really good game. No interceptions, didn't make mistakes. So.
2nd and 1. There's the give out of the backfield to Oliveira, right side. 1, 2, 3. That's 4 Stampeders stand up, as that was a bit of a high snap. And when they placed the ball, boy, I'm not sure he got it.
Well, they had Moncrief again. They just had nobody blocked him from the outside, and he and I think it was Flo Omalad, he just shot through there and blasted him right in the line of scrimmage. When we get 2 guys hitting him, not 1, he's not going to get more yardage.
3rd down and 2 yards to go. Winnipeg is on the Stampeder 4-yard lines. They actually lost half a yard there. Oliveira shifting to the right of quarterback Zach Caleros. Play fake. Caleros rolls right, throwing into the corner of the end zone. Reaches up. There's a tug-of-war for the football. And was the catch made? There was a touch. Okay, they say it's there and pulled it in. There was a tug-of-war between the safety, Webb, and him for the ball, and they rule he had possession before he tumbled out of bounds. And the Stampeders are protesting, and
Well, that was just a great catch, great throw, a little repass option, and Zach Clares pulls it out and had to throw it over the shoulder of the wide receiver because it was pretty good coverage by our defensive back.
Well, he went up and got the ball, then Webb got his hands in, but they say Stearns hung on enough, so all right, we'll give it to him.
Well, it's going to be reviewed anyways, but yeah, good. It was a good, solid catch. So, Stampeder, I know the defense was saying, let's get into this game and not give one of the best offenses in the league a touchdown, but still, nevertheless, a pretty good, solid effort by the Stampeder defense.
Well, here it is. The Stampeders have knocked the Winnipeg Blue Bombers from the ranks of the undefeated. Next week in Regina. You don't suppose. Another big challenge, though, for the Stampeders. Blue Bombers to try the extra point. That ball is kicked through the uprights. You know what I love about this time of year, Greg? It's well into the evening, almost 10 o'clock. Lights are on, but there's still just a flicker of sun out. It's just
yeah, it's so
lovely day. Lovely day. This has been a shorts and t-shirt and Stampede gear night. It's just been a wonderful. The band was great. And this Stampede Bowl, a runaway hit by the Calgary Stampeders.
And the weather's gotten better as night's gone on, so it's perfect football weather down there right now.
Stampeders led 15-3 after 1, 29-6 at the half, 29-9 after 3, and right now they're on top at 37-16.
Well, the Bombers have run 64 plays, Mark. Average is 45 to 50, so they've run a lot of football plays. They've got 26 first downs. That's way above the average. They just haven't been able to score on the Stampeders, and Stampeders have, even though there's been drives going on, the Stampeders turned 14 points of that by those interceptions.
So the Blue Bombers, they're not going to mess around here. They're going to try the long kick. They're well aware of the score and the circumstances. So they'll address the ball. Castillo sends it downfield. Benjamin backtracks, catches at the 15, goes straight ahead, 20. At the 30, tried to cut it outside, but the Blue Bombers, several are down to bring them down. Hallett, Cadwallader. So the Stampeders will take over roughly the 30-yard line. And they are sending P.J. Walker into the ballgame.
Well, and I believe I saw a flag. We'll have to see if there's too many flags on special teams, but it looks like it's going to get marched back even further. So, yeah, we'll see how PJ does. He's 5'11", 210 pounds.
Okay, I see it. They thought he illegally participated, but if you're shoved out, you can come back in. So the officials obviously conferred and said, hey, this is what happened. So they erased the penalty.
Yep, so P.J. Walker.
Well, let's see what he can do. Obviously, New Jersey native, several games, 20-plus starts in the NFL. Let's see how he does, or games in the NFL. Quincy Vaughn is also in the game. And Walker will give Dino Benjamin. Benjamin crashes into the line on the left side. The Blue Bombers there. Wilson, the linebacker. Contact.
Yeah, repass.
Really substituting, yeah.
I'd like to see PJ let him put the ball up a little bit, see if he can, he had a pretty good preseason, did some pretty good things in preseason, forced the ball a lot into plays. Got to learn you can't do that, but I thought he had a pretty good job, especially in BC.
Here we go, 33 where the Stampeders are. It's 2nd and 8 at the 33-yard line. Stampeders now liberally substituting here. Again, deep handoff to Benjamin, crashes to the right side of the line, but the Blue Bombers were waiting. Lawson and the middle linebacker Jones were there to knock him down. So it's 3rd down, Stampeders, and they will punt it away.
Yeah, punt it away. They just want to kill this clock. Everybody knows Stamp's got this game in the hand, so hopefully we don't have any injuries. And I thought that Mark Vessett's done a really good job punting today.
Yep. Now, listen, it's easy for us to look up here and say that there's a low injury toll, but the only one I can think of is Clark Barnes. But look, when they get in the dressing room, you know, they'll find out a lot more. But Stampeders do have the long week. They're in Regina next Friday.
They just let that clock tick down. 5, 4, 3.
That's it on. Punts it away. A beautiful line drive spiral. That catches at the 15, near side, runs down the near sideline, 25 at the 30, and then is driven out of bounds at about the 35-yard line.
That was a rocket.
Sure was.
That was fired off his leg with spiral, cut through the wind if there was one, but didn't have much hang time, but that was like a good solid deep throw down the field. Showing a lot of power. Big 6'4" guy, 219 pounds.
Our pregame guest, Godfrey Onyeka, was the player who drove him out of bounds. Now, what if the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are going to
put Strebler in, or they got Zach Clare still in?
No, Strebler is in the game now. Why not mop it up with 1:28 remaining? Strebler is the quarterback. Peterson in the backfield. They give Oliveira a night. Strebler back, dancing, steps up. He runs, and he's tackled. Short gain about the 35, barely back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Strebler, he's known as just a scramble quarterback and does that short yardage. He's killed Calgary a couple times, though, throughout the years with his running ability.
Brown on the tackle for the Stampeders. 1 minute, 23 seconds remaining. Blue Bombers in the gun. Strebler back, pitches over the middle. A ball was caught. Did he hang on? Stearns did, despite Kelly being up his back. And that'll make it gain of...
I think they're...
Say he knocked it down and knocked it away?
Well, they're conferring against him. We've had too many... I think he did not make it. They're going to call it an incomplete pass. So
okay, had it.
Are they going to gamble with this? If they are, Stamps should come out and take a couple of knees and just let that clock tick out.
Well, thank you for being part of it. Remember, we're in the dressing room tonight.
Yeah, 3rd down. Bombers going to go for it.
Yep, they rule it incomplete.
Good, solid game. One of the best I've seen by the Stampeders. All 3 aspects did well. Defense stopped the run generally and made big plays. That was the key, Mark, some of those big plays.
Okay.
All right, still 3rd down.
Yeah, they're still short, so it was ruled a catch. Yeah, I guess we needed help from afar. It was kind of a up-in-the-air type play. Winnipeg, 3rd down, and let's call it 2 yards to go. Stampede 40-yard line. Give his Peterson. He tries the right side and pushes across. The 45 has the first down before he goes down to the ground, and there is a Stampeder slow getting up.
We don't want that.
He is okay. That's Miles Brown. He's okay.
They got Matt Peterson in, 5'9", 208-pounder rookie from Alberta. No relation to me.
No. He did well at the combine, though, and he's a rookie from Alberta. That back to Strebler again. He pitches downfield. Dembski catches across the 50-yard line. He's throwing back. Limited gain on the play as 1:02 remains. Webb helping out on the tackle at the 51.
Well, the fans got entertained tonight. Good, solid game. Good halftime. Good pre-game. It's been a good night.
4-man pressure by the Stampeders on 2nd down. Strebler is back. Dishes off out of the backfield, making the catch, getting across midfield before Kelly makes the tackle on Peterson. It's to the Stampeder 54, and that'll make it 3rd down and about 1. We're under a minute now. 52 seconds remain.
Yeah, both coaches now, they really just want to get this game over with. One of the more dominant games we've seen the Stampeders have in a long, long time.
Absolutely. Did I think the Stampeders could win tonight? Yep. Did I think they'd lead it for good chunks of the game by 28 points? No, I did not.
Well, and not with a team that's 3-0. Is that what they are?
Yep. Well, we're until tonight. Yeah, 3-1.
Yep.
Here we go. It's 1st down and 10 at the Stampeder 53-yard line. Strebler again will go to the air. Quick hitter downfield on a stop route. The ball is caught by Stearns, he's at the Calgary 46-yard line. That makes it gain of 7. We'll make it second down and about 2 yards to go. 45 seconds remaining.
Got Stampeders just say, go ahead and throw those little dump passes and let's get this game over with so we can get in the locker room and celebrate.
Traveler back, pitching to the far side. Ball is caught by Clarcius. He steps out of bounds. He's had a lot of catches tonight. That's actually his 10th.
That's a lot, but most of them been down the sidelines as a side. Now, this is what you don't want to see. Now we got a Stampeder that's hurt.
Yeah.
And if it's serious, it's the last thing you need. You just, you know what, mean nothing drive. Just get the game over with and you get one of your big guys hurt.
Well, we can't identify the player. We've got 38 seconds remaining. Winnipeg will scrimmage at the Calgary 41-yard line. Yeah, you're right. Your training staff is out, but they're obscuring the view of the player, and we don't want to start a guessing game going. But now it's Wiley being pulled up. He's a real spark plug. He's getting up under his own steam. I wonder, Greg, if maybe just got a little winded. Or
we got to hope that, yeah.
He is walking off, although gently, to the near side.
Yeah, he's been hurt a little bit, 6'3", 255. Yep.
Just a good chunk of last year. Was a big guy, real spark plug leader in the dressing room. So as he walks off to the field on the near side, a tremendous, boisterous crowd here at McMahon Stadium today. And they'll go on the air, down the ground again, hand off to Peterson inside. Gets about 3 or 4 before Roberts puts a hand out to send him to the ground.
Roberts got a lot of tackles this game. I think that's his 8th tackle of the game. Missed a couple, but full around. Our linebackers have played a lot better tonight.
Considering the injury toll, yeah, you got that right. Winnipeg is second down and 7 at the 38-yard line. Chris Treveler in the game. Stampeders in full control of this ball game. Just trying to run it down. Treveler takes the ball, scrambles to his left. He's surrounded and clobbered. Just got the ball away, but oh my goodness, Thomas. That was a free shot. Knocked him down.
Well, Thomas is known as a special teams player, but they're giving him some defensive line. Looked like he hurt his hand, though, as he hit the guy and jumped up. But you know what? I think he hit his helmet, and he looks like he's hurt right now.
All I can say about Streveler, get rid of that ball. I mean, he held on too long, and yeah, he was hit hard, but it was legit. The guy had the ball, and Thomas zeroed in on him.
But, Mark, here we are. The game's over, and we're doing this last drive, and now we got two possible injuries on some Stampeders.
The 38-yard line, third down and 7, Winnipeg are getting down to the final strokes of this game. 14 seconds remaining. Stampeders in charge. Peterson in the backfield. And Peterson, play fake. Stravler turns, throws it downfield. Incomplete.
Just taking
to the far side. Yeah, just fired it to the far side, trying to find out Stearns.
I'm sure that's what PJ is going to do, or just hand the ball off. But good game by the Stampeders. Good night.
Very dominant. They run their record to 3-1. All phases, as you've said repeatedly, just in full charge. 2 interceptions, first time in 16 years that were returned for touchdowns. And the crowd is on their feet. Some have left, but those that are here giving the Stampeders a raucous, well-earned standing ovation. Walker is back. He'll take the knee. He'll have to do it one more time. 7 seconds remain on the clock. Yeah, just listen to the crowd showing their applause. The clock says 0-0. Under center as Walker goes back, takes the knee, and there's your ball game. A dominant wire-to-wire performance by the Calgary Stampeders as they knock the Winnipeg Blue Bombers out of the unbeaten ranks with a convincing win. The final score, the Calgary Stampeders 37, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 16. Up next, the Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show, including the Hearth and Home coaches interview. This is QR Calgary Stampeders football.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
And that's the game.
The final whistle has sounded, and now it's time to tackle how it all unfolded. The good, the bad, the ugly.
The Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show is just around the corner on the proud voice of the red and white. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Stampeder head coach and general manager Dave Dickinson called it the gauntlet that the Calgary Stampeders are going into. A four-game set where they hosted the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, the first ever Stampede Bowl. They have to go into Regina next Friday night, then the following Friday into Winnipeg, and then back here July the 24th at McMahon Stadium against the Montreal Alouettes. Three, arguably, of the best teams in the Canadian Football League. Calgary Stampeders come into their first ever Stampede Bowl, and they kick the crap out of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They really do. It was a one-sided affair, and the Calgary Stampeders take a very convincing win, 37-16. 5 different touchdowns for the Calgary Stampeders, 3 on offense, 2 on defense, 2 pick sixes, 1 by Damon Webb, 1 by Derek Moncrief. Vernon Adams throws his first touchdown pass of the season to Clark Barnes on the opening drive. You also had Damian Alford with his first ever CFL touchdown. And how about Dietrich Mills? Dietrich Mills with his 5th touchdown of the season. All in all, a very impressive game for the red and white. Welcome to the postgame show, proudly brought to you by Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak. Valentine Volvo proudly supporting our community and the Stampeders since 1946. Mark Stephen is on his way down to the Calgary Stampeder dressing room. It will be a jubilant dressing room tonight for the red and white. He will check in with Stampeder head coach and general manager Dave Dickinson. Post-game coach's interview brought to you by Hearth and Homes. I'm here in the Billy Powers broadcast booth with Greg Peterson, our longtime color commentator for Calgary Stampeder football. And when I say they kicked the crap out of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, they really did.
Mm-hmm. Well, they made big plays. That was the biggest thing. But you're right. Offensive line, I think we won that battle. Defensive line, we won that battle. You don't do that too many times against a Winnipeg Blue Bomber team. They haven't been beat like this, I don't think, in a long time.
No, I would agree. And you look at all 3 phases of the game, and I know you and Mark talked about it, just very, very impressive. We were wondering if Vernon Adams was going to throw a touchdown pass. He did that very early. And I guess that was the only negative because it was a great catch by Clark Barnes. But unfortunately, Clark Barnes doesn't return to the game as he suffers a little bit of a leg injury, and that was a setback. But it opens the door for another young Canadian, and that is Damian Alford, who is the #1 pick overall in the CFL draft, and he gets his first ever CFL touchdown, which is nice to have the depth. But no, you lose Reggie Bagleton, and now you might lose Clark Barnes. I don't care how good your depth is. Those are 2 key players.
No, and you know what? The fact it was a Stampede goal, and I'm looking at Bull. I'm looking down there, and all the players have white cowboy hats on, and it's like they just won the Stanley Cup right now down there.
Well, you know what? And that's what the Stampede Bowl was. And they have this beautiful trophy. Mm-hmm. They have a 3-year commitment with the Calgary Stampede. It's a nice way to kick off the greatest
biggest outdoor show on earth. They're going to do the trophy presentation, which I think is fun. And, of course, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are now going to have to donate $25,000 to the Purolator Tackle Hunger program on behalf of the Calgary Stampeders. So it's a win-win-win situation. Let's take a quick look at the stat story, Greg Peterson. First downs, Winnipeg had 29. Calgary had 16. Net offense, Winnipeg had 408. Calgary had 334. Offensive plays, Winnipeg had 74. Calgary had 47. You're thinking, how could this be a blowout? Well, it was. Calgary did have more rushing yards than the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, 114 to 92. Here's the difference, the big turnover difference. 4 turnovers by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, just 1, the fumble by Jalen Philpott. Winnipeg Blue Bombers even win the time of possession in this game. But here's the deal. Brady Oliveira had 13 carries for 61 yards. That opening drive, it was Oliveira. They were driving him down your throat. But as soon as the Stampeders got the lead, it really did take Brady out of the game, and it took the Bombers out of their game.
Exactly, and we talked about that in the pregame, and maybe what I should have made for my keys to the game was, one of them was stop the run, which I'm sure you're going to refer to again, but it should have been get the lead. And because that was the biggest thing, stopping the run was big, but getting the lead was even bigger because it took them out of just pounding the ball at you. That's what you like to do. And they don't like to do that. They don't like to be uncomfortable. They don't like to go with what they've won at with the last 5 years, and that's pounding the ball at you with Brady Oliveira. So good job on the Stamps to do that.
Yeah, and you know what? Dietrich Mills had 18 carries for 93 yards. He had more rushing yards than Brady Oliveira in this game. Brady had 13 carries for 61 yards. From the Calgary Stampeder perspective, Tevin Jones had 4 catches for 49 yards. Jalen Philpott, had the fumble. He had a drop, but he also had the big 66-yard catch, so that was important. Damian Alford was targeted twice. He had both of his catches. Eric Brooks had a couple of catches for 15 yards. Clark Barnes only had the 1 catch, but it was for 43 yards and the end zone. You look at the quarterback numbers. Zach Collaros didn't play a bad game. He completed 34 of 48 for 288, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Vernon Adams, just very tidy. 13 of 18, 222 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no interceptions. So even though Zach maybe had the more impressive numbers, he had the bigger mistakes with the 2 pick sixes. You know what? You said it. Tidy. That's a good way to describe it. Clean. That's what my wife tells me to keep my car tidy and clean. But he no interceptions, didn't do anything wrong, just played a good, solid game. And for that reason, I'm going to be talking about him in a minute. Okay, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do, because we're a ways away from talking to the coach, because they are presenting the trophy to the champions of the Stampede Bowl, which is the Calgary Stampeders. So we'll still get to our coach's interview. We've got a lot of business to take care of.